Welcome to another exciting episode on Watch Harry. Today, we're exploring a captivating tale called, What If Madame Pomfrey's scan revealed 38 compulsion charms and she testified against Dumbledore? He lost everything. Before we begin, if you enjoy our content, please support us by liking this video and subscribing to our channel. It helps more than you know. And now, the story awaits. Chapter 1, The Unraveling. The first headache came during potions. Harry was carefully measuring powdered moonstone when a sharp pain lanced through his skull. The sensation was different from his scar hurting. This was deeper, like something buried in his mind was trying to claw its way out. Potter. What part of stir counterclockwise do you find so difficult to comprehend? Snape's voice cut through the haze of pain. Harry blinked, realizing he'd been stirring his cauldron in the wrong direction. The potion had turned an alarming shade of orange instead of the silvery blue it should have been. "Sorry, Professor," he mumbled, vanishing the contents before Snape could do it for him. Hermione shot him a worried glance. "Are you all right? You went rather pale there." "I'm fine," Harry said automatically, though the throbbing behind his temple suggested otherwise. "Just didn't sleep well." The truth was, he hadn't been feeling like himself for weeks. Thoughts would surface that seemed foreign yet oddly familiar, as if they belonged to a version of himself he'd never met. Sometimes he'd catch himself wondering why he despised Slytherin so vehemently, or why he'd never questioned Dumbledore's cryptic guidance. These moments of clarity would come and go, quickly subsumed by his usual patterns of thinking. That night, lying in his four-poster bed, Harry found himself questioning things he'd never questioned before. Why had Dumbledore placed him with the Dursleys despite their obvious hatred for magic? Why did the headmaster always seem to know about dangers at Hogwarts but do so little to prevent them? And why did Harry himself feel so compelled to rush into danger rather than seek help? "Maybe I'm just tired," he whispered to the darkness. But deep down, he suspected something wasn't right. The second headache hit during breakfast in the Great Hall 3 days later. This one drove him to his knees, his vision swimming as his toast clattered to the floor. Images flickered behind his eyelids, his 11-year-old self meeting Draco Malfoy in Madame Malkin's, but this time wondering if the blonde boy might be friendly rather than instantly disliking him. His first glimpse of Dumbledore, accompanied by a strange sense of wariness instead of awe. "Harry." Ron's voice sounded distant. "Mate, what's wrong?" Harry couldn't answer. The pain was overwhelming, like something inside his head was fracturing. "We need to take him to the hospital wing," came Hermione's voice, steady but frightened. "I'm okay," Harry managed to say as the pain subsided. He pushed himself back onto the bench, aware of the concerned stares from all around the Great Hall. At the staff table, Dumbledore was watching him with unusual intensity, his blue eyes missing their characteristic twinkle. "You're not okay," Hermione insisted. "That's the second time this week you've gone white as a ghost." Harry shook his head. "It's just stress. OWL year and all that." But even as he said it, a small voice in the back of his mind whispered, "Something is very wrong." The collapse that finally sent him to Madame Pomfrey happened during defense against the dark arts. Professor Umbridge was droning on about theoretical defensive principles when Harry felt a now familiar pressure building behind his eyes. "Must understand that spells are tools, not toys, and the Ministry has determined," her voice faded as Harry's vision tunneled. A strange thought bubbled up from some hidden corner of his consciousness. Why do I hate her so much? She's awful, yes, but my reaction seems excessive. And then another thought, clearer still, maybe I should be quieter in her class. Draw less attention. Survive this year. Why do I feel compelled to challenge her at every turn? The pressure in his head built to an unbearable level. Harry gripped the edges of his desk as the classroom began to spin around him. "Mr. Potter, are you attempting to disrupt my class again?" Umbridge's saccharine voice pierced through his pain. Harry opened his mouth to reply, but no sound came out. Instead, he slumped forward, his forehead hitting the desk with a crack before he slid to the floor, unconscious. Distantly, he heard screams and shouts. Someone was calling his name. Then nothing but darkness. Harry awoke to the familiar antiseptic smell of the hospital wing. His head felt strangely light, as if a weight he hadn't known he was carrying had been partially lifted. "Ah, you're awake." Madame Pomfrey's voice came from his right. Harry reached for his glasses and found them on the bedside table. The matron's expression was not her usual mix of exasperation and concern. Instead, she looked deeply troubled, her mouth set in a thin line. "How long was I out?" Harry asked, pushing himself up against the pillows. "Nearly 6 hours," she replied, her tone clipped. "Mr. Potter." "Harry. I need to ask you some questions about your headaches." Harry nodded, wincing at the residual soreness. "When did they begin? And I want the truth, not the convenient version you tell your friends." Her directness surprised him. They started getting bad around the beginning of term. But I've had odd moments before that, times when I'd think something and then wonder why I'd thought it." Madame Pomfrey's eyes narrowed. "And you never thought to come to me?" Harry looked down at his hands. "I didn't think it was important. With everything else going on." "Everything else going on," she repeated flatly. "Mr. Potter, while you were unconscious, I performed a comprehensive diagnostic scan. It's not a procedure I undertake lightly, it requires significant magical energy and is rather invasive. However, your symptoms warranted it." Something in her tone made Harry's stomach knot with apprehension. "What did you find?" Madame Pomfrey sat on the edge of his bed, looking more like a worried aunt than a professional healer. "Harry, I found evidence of multiple compulsion charms layered throughout your mind." "Compulsion charms?" Harry echoed, his mouth suddenly dry. "What does that mean?" "Compulsion charms influence a person's thoughts, feelings, and behaviors," she explained, her voice tight with controlled anger. "They're highly regulated by the ministry, and for good reason. Using them without consent is considered a form of magical assault." Harry felt his heart begin to race. "Someone's been controlling me?" "Not controlling, precisely. Influencing. Nudging your thoughts in certain directions, enhancing some emotions while suppressing others." She paused, seeming to choose her next words carefully. "The headaches you've been experiencing are likely the result of these compulsions beginning to break down." "Breaking down? Why would they do that?" "Compulsion charms aren't meant to be permanent. They require renewal, especially on a developing mind like yours. Some of these charms appear to date back to your early childhood. As you mature and your magic grows stronger, your natural mental defenses have begun to fight against them." Harry felt sick. His whole life, his thoughts, his feelings, his choices, had they ever truly been his own? "How many?" he asked, dreading the answer. Madame Pomfrey's expression darkened. 38 distinct compulsions, layered and interwoven with remarkable precision." 38? Harry's voice cracked. The room seemed to tilt around him. "Yes. Some are simple, encouraging positive associations with certain people or negative reactions to others. Some influence your perception of danger, while others appear to dampen your self-preservation instincts. There are compulsions related to your living situation, your academic performance, even your interests and hobbies." Harry's hands clenched into fists. "Who did this to me?" The silence that followed his question stretched for several heartbeats. "Every magical spell carries a signature, Mr. Potter. Like a fingerprint. When cast with a wand, they also bear traces of the wand's core." Madame Pomfrey's voice was barely above a whisper now. "I've worked at Hogwarts for many years. I know the magical signature of every staff member." "Who was it?" Each word fell like a stone. Madame Pomfrey met his gaze directly. "The compulsions all bear the same signature. They were cast by Albus Dumbledore. The world seemed to stop. Harry felt as if he'd been plunged into icy water, unable to breathe, unable to think. That can't be right, he finally managed. Dumbledore he wouldn't do that to me. But even as he protested, fragments of memories surfaced, Dumbledore's twinkling eyes whenever Harry made a decision that aligned with the headmaster's wishes, the convenient way Harry always seemed to discover exactly what Dumbledore wanted him to find, the odd compulsion he felt to confide in the old wizard despite rarely spending time with him. "I'm sorry, Harry." And she truly looked it, her eyes shining with unshed tears. "I've triple-checked my findings. There's no mistake." Harry closed his eyes, fighting back the nausea rising in his throat. "What happens now?" "That," said Madame Pomfrey, squaring her shoulders, "is where I face a difficult choice. Professionally, I am bound by healer-patient confidentiality. But there are exceptions, cases of ongoing harm or danger to a minor. What's been done to you falls squarely within those exceptions." "You're going to report him," Harry said. It wasn't a question. "I must," she replied firmly. "This level of mental manipulation of a child is not only unethical but illegal under both wizarding law and the Hogwarts Charter. My first duty is to your well-being." Harry nodded numbly. Part of him wanted to protect Dumbledore despite everything, and wasn't that telling? Was even that loyalty a product of compulsion rather than genuine feeling? "What about the charms?" he asked. "Can you remove them?" Madame Pomfrey sighed. "Not safely, no. Compulsion charms this deeply embedded must be dismantled gradually. Removing them all at once could cause serious psychological trauma. Your mind needs time to adjust to their absence, to rediscover its natural patterns." "So I'm still being controlled," Harry said bitterly. "The compulsions are already weakening. That's what caused your headaches and moments of clarity. I can give you potions to ease the transition and accelerate the natural breakdown process, but complete removal will take time." Harry stared at the ceiling, trying to process everything. His entire life felt like a lie. Every choice he'd made, every friendship he'd formed, every danger he'd faced, how much had been his own decision and how much had been Dumbledore pulling his strings. "Does anyone else know about this?" he asked. "Not yet. Professor McGonagall is aware you collapsed, of course, and that I'm conducting tests. But I haven't shared my findings with anyone." Madame Pomfrey stood, smoothing her apron. "I need your permission before I proceed, Harry. This will cause an uproar unlike anything the wizarding world has seen in decades." Harry thought about what it would mean, Dumbledore exposed, his own life turned upside down, the wizarding world thrown into chaos during Voldemort's return. Then he thought about living the rest of his life never knowing which thoughts were truly his own. "Do it," he said, surprised by the steadiness in his voice. "Report him. I want to know who I really am." The news spread through Hogwarts like fiendfire. It began with Professor McGonagall arriving at the hospital wing, her face ashen as Madame Pomfrey explained her findings. Then came Aurors from the Ministry, grim-faced and efficient, taking statements and collecting magical evidence. By dinner, the entire school knew that Harry Potter had been found with 38 compulsion charms in his mind, all cast by Headmaster Dumbledore. Harry remained in the hospital wing, shielded from the initial chaos by Madame Pomfrey's fierce protectiveness. But he couldn't escape the ripple effects of the revelation. Hermione and Ron were among his first visitors, both looking shell-shocked. "Is it true?" Hermione asked without preamble, her eyes red-rimmed from crying. "Dumbledore really? He really did that to you?" Harry nodded, watching their expressions carefully. Were they truly his friends, or had Dumbledore engineered those relationships too? The thought made him feel hollow. "Bloody hell," Ron whispered, sinking into a chair. "Why would he do something like that?" "Control," Harry said simply. "He wanted me to make certain choices, feel certain ways. Be the weapon he needed against Voldemort." Hermione flinched at the name, but her analytical mind was clearly racing. Which compulsions, Harry? What did he make you think or feel? Harry took a deep breath. There are too many to list. Some made me trust certain people instantly. Some made me hate Slytherins on sight. There's one that makes me rush into danger instead of seeking help, and another that dampens my academic ambition so I never outshine Ron. Ron's face drained of color. He manipulated our friendship? Apparently. Harry couldn't keep the bitterness from his voice. There's even a compulsion that makes me prefer Gryffindor over Slytherin. The Sorting Hat wanted to put me in Slytherin, you know. I begged it not to because of what Hagrid and you had told me, Ron. Now I wonder if I ever had a choice at all. The silence that followed was deafening. I don't know what to say, Hermione finally whispered, tears tracking down her cheeks. I feel like everything's been a lie. Now you know how I feel. Harry's laugh held no humor. I don't even know who I am anymore. You're Harry, Ron said firmly, though his voice shook slightly. You're our friend. Maybe Dumbledore nudged us together, but everything since then, every adventure, every laugh, every time we've stood by each other, that was real. Harry wanted desperately to believe him. Madame Pomfrey says as the compulsions fade, I might change. My personality, my preferences, my reactions, they might all be different. Hermione reached for his hand, squeezing it tightly. Then we'll get to know the real Harry. If you'll let us. Before Harry could respond, the hospital wing doors burst open, and Sirius Black strode in, followed closely by Remus Lupin. Both men looked murderous. Where is he? Sirius demanded, his voice a barely controlled growl. Where's Dumbledore? Mr. Black, control yourself. Madame Pomfrey emerged from her office. The headmaster has been temporarily removed from the castle pending investigation. Temporarily removed? Sirius spat. He should be in Azkaban. 38 compulsion charms on my godson? I'll kill him myself. Sirius, Remus said warningly, though his amber eyes flashed with barely contained fury. Harry needs us calm right now. At the mention of Harry's name, Sirius seemed to deflate, turning toward the bed where Harry sat with his friends. In an instant, his rage gave way to anguish. Harry, he breathed, crossing the room in long strides. Cub, I'm so sorry. I should have protected you. I should have known. It's not your fault, Harry said automatically, then paused, wondering if even that response, his constant shielding of others from guilt, was a product of Dumbledore's manipulation. Sirius pulled him into a fierce hug. We're going to fix this. And then Dumbledore will pay for what he's done to you. Over Sirius's shoulder, Harry saw Madame Pomfrey exchange a glance with Professor McGonagall, who had just entered the hospital wing. The deputy headmistress looked decades older than she had that morning, the strain of the day's revelations etched deeply in her face. Mr. Potter, she said, her Scottish brogue more pronounced than usual, I cannot begin to express my horror at what has been done to you. I want you to know that I had no knowledge of these violations. Harry believed her. The shock and betrayal in her eyes were too raw to be feigned. What's happening with Dumbledore? He asked. The Board of Governors has suspended him pending a full investigation. Aurors attempted to take him into custody, but he departed before they could do so. McGonagall's mouth tightened into a thin line. He left a message saying he would explain everything when the time was right. Of course he did, Sirius snarled. Always the puppet master, always working in the shadows. The minister is involved now, McGonagall continued. This has gone far beyond a school matter. The Wisengamot will convene an emergency session to address the charges. And what about Harry? Hermione asked. What happens to him? For now, Mr. Potter remains under Madame Pomfrey's care. The compulsion charms must be addressed carefully. McGonagall turned to Harry. Once you're medically stable, we will need to discuss your living arrangements. The investigation has raised serious questions about your placement with the Dursleys. Harry felt a strange ripple of hope at that. Perhaps he wouldn't have to return to Privet Drive after all. I want him with me, Sirius said immediately. I'm his godfather. You're also a fugitive, Mr. Black, however unjustly, McGonagall reminded him. Though given the circumstances, perhaps the Ministry might be persuaded to revisit your case. The conversation continued around him, but Harry found his attention drifting. A curious lightness was spreading through his mind, as if clouds were slowly dispersing. New thoughts and feelings emerged, not forcefully, but gently, like timid creatures venturing into the open after years in hiding. He looked at Ron and felt, friendship, yes, but tinged with a newfound awareness of their differences. He glanced at Hermione and recognized her brilliance without the slight twinge of irritation that usually accompanied it. When he thought of Slytherin House, he felt curiosity rather than instinctive dislike. Most surprising was his reaction when Snape swept into the hospital wing a few minutes later. Instead of the immediate surge of hatred, Harry felt nothing in particular. Just a mild interest in why the potion's master had come. Severus, McGonagall acknowledged him. What news? The castle is in chaos, Snape reported, his dark eyes flicking briefly to Harry before returning to the deputy headmistress. The students are divided, many refuse to believe the accusations against Albus, while others... He trailed off. While others what? Sirius demanded. While others are coming forward with their own concerns, Snape finished, his tone carefully neutral. It seems Mr. Potter may not have been the only student subjected to influence. A heavy silence fell over the group. How many? McGonagall asked, her voice barely audible. At least a dozen students have reported experiencing sudden changes in thinking patterns similar to Mr. Potter's headaches. Primarily older students from all four houses. Snape's expression betrayed nothing, but his knuckles were white where he gripped his wand. Poppy, your expertise will be needed. Madame Pomfrey closed her eyes briefly. I'll begin scanning the affected students immediately. Harry felt sick. Not just him, then. How deep did Dumbledore's manipulation go? As if reading his thoughts, Snape turned to him. Potter, I've been asked to inform you that the headmaster's office has sealed itself against entry. However, before doing so, it ejected this. He held out a small golden key. What is it? Harry asked warily. A Gringotts key. Apparently, Albus has been maintaining control of your family vault since your parents' deaths. This is your hereditary key, which should have been given to you upon your 11th birthday. Harry took the key, feeling its weight in his palm. Another piece of his life that Dumbledore had controlled. There's more, Snape continued, his voice dropping. The goblins have sent notice of irregularities in your accounts over the years. Withdrawals that cannot be accounted for. He stole from Harry? Sirius was on his feet, rage emanating from him in palpable waves. The evidence suggests misappropriation of funds, yes. Snape's tone was clinical, but his eyes held a strange gleam that Harry had never seen before, something almost like sympathy. The goblins are conducting a full audit. Harry closed his fingers around the key, feeling oddly detached. Money seemed trivial compared to the theft of his very thoughts. Professor, he said, looking directly at Snape, did you know? About the compulsions? Something flashed across Snape's face, surprise, perhaps, at being addressed so calmly by Harry Potter. I did not. Had I known. He stopped, seeming to reconsider his words. Let us say that even I have lines I will not cross, Potter. The mental manipulation of a child is beyond contempt. Harry nodded, accepting the answer. He turned to McGonagall. What happens now? To Hogwarts, I mean. For the moment, I will serve as acting headmistress, she replied. Classes will continue as scheduled while the investigation proceeds. Your classmates have been instructed to give you space, but... She sighed. Gossip cannot be contained, I'm afraid. When you return to regular activities, you may face difficult questions. I want to testify, Harry said suddenly. When Dumbledore is tried, I want to speak against him. Harry, Hermione began cautiously, are you sure that's, I'm sure, he interrupted. He's taken enough from me. My parents, my childhood, my choices. I won't let him take my voice too. Around him, the adults exchanged glances laden with concern and something else, respect, perhaps, for the steel in his tone. Very well, Mr. Potter, McGonagall said finally. When the time comes, arrangements will be made. Until then, focus on your recovery. As the group dispersed, each lost in their own thoughts about the day's revelations, Harry lay back against his pillows. His mind felt simultaneously clearer and more confused than ever before. The headache had subsided to a dull throb, but in its place was a storm of questions. Who was Harry Potter without Dumbledore's influence? What would he want, how would he think, who would he trust if left to his own devices? For the first time in his life, he might actually get to find out. The following days passed in a blur of medical examinations, official statements, and whispered conversations that stopped whenever Harry entered a room. Madame Pomfrey kept him in the hospital wing, administering potions designed to gently erode the compulsion charms while stabilizing his mind against the psychological shock. How are you feeling today, Mr. Potter? She asked on the third morning, checking his pupils with the tip of her illuminated wand. Different, Harry admitted. Like I'm waking up from a very long dream. She nodded, making notes on his chart. That's to be expected. As the compulsions fade, your natural thought patterns will reassert themselves. You may experience mood swings, unusual dreams, or moments of confusion as your mind adjusts. I dreamed about the Sorting Hat last night, Harry said. It was laughing at me, saying I never gave it a chance to put me where I belonged. Madame Pomfrey's quill paused. Interesting. One of the strongest compulsions I found was related to house affiliation. It seems Albus was quite determined to have you in Gryffindor. Why would that matter so much to him? I couldn't say for certain, she replied carefully. But house affiliations shape much of a student's experience at Hogwarts, their friendships, their mentors, even their approach to magic. Harry thought about this. You mean if I'd been sorted into Slytherin, I might have made different friends? Had a different relationship with Snape? Professor Snape, she corrected automatically. And yes, that's likely. You might also have developed different skills, different priorities. The houses each cultivate particular traits. So Dumbledore wanted me brave and reckless, not cunning and ambitious, Harry mused. I guess that fits with his plan for me as Voldemort's opponent. Madame Pomfrey didn't flinch at the name, which Harry found oddly refreshing. That seems a reasonable assessment. Though I expect his motivations were more complex than we currently understand. Does it matter? Harry asked bitterly. Whatever his reasons, he had no right to rewrite my mind. No, she agreed firmly. He did not. No one has that right, not even Albus Dumbledore. As she turned to leave, Harry called after her. Madame Pomfrey? Thank you, for telling the truth. For not covering it up. The matron's expression softened. Mr. Potter, in my many years at Hogwarts, I've seen how secrets fester and poison. I've watched Albus Dumbledore work in shadows and speak in riddles, always claiming it was for the greater good. But there is no good, greater or otherwise, in violating a child's mind. Some lines should never be crossed. After she left, Harry sat in contemplative silence. The hospital wing was quiet except for the occasional rustle as the enchanted curtains adjusted themselves against the morning light. The solitude gave him space to explore his changing mind, to notice the subtle shifts in his thoughts and feelings. He found himself thinking about Dumbledore, not with the mixture of awe and confusion he usually felt, but with clear-eyed analysis. The headmaster had positioned himself as Harry's mentor, his guide, his protector, all while systematically shaping Harry's mind to fulfill whatever role Dumbledore had designed for him. "Harry?" A soft voice interrupted his thoughts. Ginny Weasley stood in the doorway, looking uncertain. "Is it okay if I come in?" Harry nodded, feeling a curious emptiness as he looked at her. The crush he'd thought she had on him, had that been real or another of Dumbledore's manipulations? "How are you feeling?" she asked, perching awkwardly on the visitor's chair. "Like I don't know who I am," he answered honestly. "Everything feels unfamiliar." Ginny nodded slowly. "I understand. Not completely, of course, but, after the diary, after Tom, I felt the same way. I couldn't trust my own thoughts because I didn't know which ones were mine and which were echoes of him." Harry stared at her in surprise. Of course, Ginny had experienced mind manipulation too, through Voldemort's diary. How had he forgotten that? "How did you handle it?" he asked. "Not well, at first," she admitted with a rueful smile. "I was angry all the time. Scared. I pushed everyone away because I was terrified of being controlled again." She looked down at her hands. "But eventually I realized that figuring out who I really am is a process, not an event. Every day I make choices that are mine, and those choices define me more than what was done to me." Harry felt something loosen in his chest. "That, actually helps. Thanks, Ginny." She shrugged, her cheeks pinking slightly. "Ron's worried about you, you know. He's convinced you're going to hate him once the compulsions are gone." "I don't hate Ron," Harry said, surprised to find it was true. I'm seeing our friendship differently now. More clearly." "That's good," Ginny said. "Because I'd hate to have to hex you for breaking my brother's heart." The joke startled a laugh out of Harry, and it felt good, real and unforced. "The whole school's talking about it," Ginny continued, her tone more serious. "People are taking sides. Most of Gryffindor refuses to believe Dumbledore would do something like this, but Ravenclaw is in an uproar about the ethics of mind manipulation, and Hufflepuff is outraged on your behalf. Slytherin is." She hesitated. "Let me guess, saying they knew Dumbledore was corrupt all along?" Ginny's lips quirked. "Something like that. But they're also saying you might not be as much of a prat as they thought, if you were being magically coerced into Gryffindorish behavior." Harry snorted. High praise indeed. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of an elegant tawny owl carrying an official-looking envelope. It flew directly to Harry, dropping the letter in his lap before perching on the bedside table with the air of an owl expecting a response. The envelope bore the seal of the Ministry of Magic. Harry broke it open with slightly trembling fingers. "Mr. Potter, the Ministry of Magic acknowledges receipt of Madame Poppy Pomfrey's formal complaint regarding illegal mental manipulation perpetrated against your person. The severity of these allegations necessitates immediate action. The Wisengamot has convened an emergency session to address this matter, scheduled for the 15th of October at 10 a.m. Your testimony is requested at this proceeding. Due to your status as a minor and the sensitive nature of the case, special arrangements have been made. A closed session will be held, with only essential Wisengamot members present. You may bring a guardian or advocate of your choosing. Please respond with your acknowledgement and the name of your chosen advocate. With deepest concern, Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Harry read the letter twice, his heart hammering against his ribs. It was happening. Dumbledore would be tried before the Wisengamot, and Harry would have the chance to speak out against him. Bad news? Ginny asked, noticing his expression. No, Harry said, folding the letter carefully. Just, real. This makes it all feel very real. Who will you bring as your advocate? Harry considered this. Serious, if possible. though with his legal status. Professor McGonagall would do it, Ginny suggested. Or my dad, he'd stand by you in a heartbeat, Harry. The offer touched him. Thanks. I need to think about it. After Ginny left, Harry wrote a brief response confirming his attendance and turned his attention to the question of his advocate. Sirius would fight fiercely for him, but his fugitive status complicated matters. Arthur Weasley was kind and well-intentioned, but lacked political weight. McGonagall would be formidable, but as acting headmistress, she had her hands full. Who would best represent his interests in a trial that would likely shake the foundations of Wizarding Britain? The answer came to him just as he was drifting off to sleep that night. He would need someone who understood political maneuvering, who wasn't easily intimidated, who had no love for Dumbledore but a vested interest in Harry's well-being. He would ask Narcissa Malfoy. The thought would have horrified him a week ago. But now, free from the compulsion to distrust all things Slytherin, he could see the strategic value. As Sirius's cousin, she had a familial connection he could leverage. As Lucius Malfoy's wife, she had political influence. And as Draco's mother, she understood what it meant to protect a child. It was a risk, certainly. But Harry was tired of playing by Dumbledore's rules. By the end of the week, Madame Pomfrey declared Harry well enough to return to Gryffindor Tower, though he would continue daily treatments to address the remaining compulsion charms. Remember, Mr. Potter, she cautioned as he gathered his things, your mind is still healing. You may experience moments of disorientation or emotional volatility. If the headaches return or if you notice any concerning symptoms, return to me immediately. Harry nodded, trying not to show his eagerness to escape the hospital wing. He'd had enough of white walls and the smell of healing potions. The walk to Gryffindor Tower was an exercise in restraint. Students stared openly as he passed, whispers following in his wake like ripples in water. Some looked sympathetic, others suspicious, a few openly hostile. Harry kept his eyes forward, refusing to acknowledge the attention. Password? The fat lady asked when he reached the portrait hole. Veritas, Harry replied, appreciating the irony of the new password McGonagall had chosen. Truth, indeed. The common room fell silent as he entered, dozens of eyes turning toward him. For a moment, Harry stood frozen, uncertain how to navigate this new territory where he was neither the boy who lived nor just another Gryffindor, but something else entirely, a victim, a whistleblower, a living reminder that their beloved headmaster was not who they'd thought. Then Ron stepped forward, breaking the tension. Harry. Madame Pomfrey finally released you, then? The normality of the greeting, as if nothing had changed, loosened something in Harry's chest. He moved toward the familiar corner where Ron and Hermione had saved him a seat. Only for classes and meals, Harry clarified. I still have to see her every evening for treatment. How are you feeling? Hermione asked, her voice pitched low to avoid being overheard. Harry considered the question. How was he feeling? Angry, certainly. Confused. Violated. But also, lighter. Clearer. More himself than he'd ever been. Different, he settled on. But good different, I think. Around them, conversations had resumed, though Harry caught snippets that made it clear he was still the main topic of discussion. Can't believe Dumbledore would, probably making it up for attention, always knew there was something off about him. Ignore them, Hermione advised, seeing his attention drift. They don't understand what you've been through. No one does, Harry said. Not completely. But that's okay. I'm just trying to figure it out myself. Later that night, lying in his four-poster bed and listening to the familiar sounds of his dorm mates sleeping, Harry contemplated the days ahead. The Wizengamot hearing was less than a week away. He had sent a carefully worded letter to Narcissa Malfoy that afternoon, requesting a meeting to discuss the possibility of her serving as his advocate. It was a gamble, but one he felt strangely confident about. In the darkness, Harry allowed himself to imagine a life truly his own, no prophecy hanging over his head, no manipulative headmaster pulling his strings, no destiny prescribed by others. Just Harry, making his own choices, finding his own path. For the first time in as long as he could remember, the future felt like an open book rather than a predetermined script. Whatever came next, at least it would be his story to write. The great hall was buzzing with tension when Harry entered for breakfast the next morning. He had deliberately waited until most students would be finishing their meals, hoping to avoid the worst of the staring and whispers, but the hall still fell into a hush as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. "Just ignore them," Hermione murmured, sliding a plate of toast toward him. Harry nodded, serving himself eggs and sausages with deliberate casualness. His appetite had returned with surprising force as the compulsion charms faded. Apparently, Dumbledore had even influenced his eating habits, keeping him slightly undernourished to maintain the thin, vulnerable appearance that garnered sympathy. He was halfway through his breakfast when the morning owls arrived, bringing the Daily Prophet. Hermione's sharp intake of breath as she unfolded her copy told him everything he needed to know. "Is it bad?" he asked resignedly. Wordlessly, she turned the paper so he could see the headline, "Dumbledore's Dark Secret, Boy WHO Lived Reveals Mental Manipulation." Below was a photograph of Harry from the Triwizard Tournament, looking young and overwhelmed, alongside one of Dumbledore at his most grandfatherly, eyes twinkling behind half-moon spectacles. The juxtaposition made Harry's stomach turn. "Give it here," he said, holding out his hand for the paper. The article was predictably sensationalized, though less inaccurate than Harry had feared. Rita Skeeter had somehow obtained details of Madame Pomfrey's diagnostic findings, including the exact number of compulsion charms discovered. The piece painted Dumbledore as a master manipulator who had groomed Harry since infancy to be a weapon against the Dark Lord, while portraying Harry himself as a tragic victim whose entire identity had been shaped by magical coercion. "At least they're taking your side," Ron pointed out, reading over Harry's shoulder. "Could have been worse. They could have claimed you were making it all up." "I almost wish they had," Harry muttered, folding the paper with more force than necessary. "I'd rather not be painted as a helpless puppet." "You're not helpless," Hermione said firmly. "You're fighting back. That's what matters." As Harry was about to respond, a commotion at the entrance to the Great Hall drew everyone's attention. A tall, elegant woman with platinum blonde hair and ice-blue robes stood in the doorway, flanked by two men in the crimson uniforms of ministry officials. Narcissa Malfoy had arrived at Hogwarts. Her gaze swept the hall until it landed on Harry. With regal poise, she began walking directly toward the Gryffindor table, ignoring the shocked murmurs that followed her path. "Mr. Potter," she said when she reached him, her voice carrying in the now silent hall. "I received your letter. Might we speak privately?" Harry stood, acutely aware of the hundreds of eyes watching this exchange. "Of course, Mrs. Malfoy. Thank you for coming." As he led her from the hall, Harry caught sight of Draco Malfoy's expression, a complex mixture of shock, suspicion, and something that might have been grudging respect. It was, Harry thought, probably the first time they had ever agreed on anything. Professor McGonagall intercepted them in the entrance hall. "Mr. Potter, Mrs. Malfoy. I trust there is an explanation for this unexpected visit?" "I invited her, Professor," Harry said calmly. "Regarding my upcoming appearance before the Wisengamot. I need an advocate." McGonagall's eyebrows rose nearly to her hairline. "I see. In that case, you may use my office for your discussion. I assume your guards will wait outside?" She directed this last question to Narcissa with pointed emphasis. "They are simply an escort, Minerva," Narcissa replied smoothly. "The ministry has concerns about my safety, given the current climate." The slight emphasis on "my" did not go unnoticed. Once settled in McGonagall's office with privacy wards in place, Narcissa regarded Harry with open curiosity. "Your letter was most unexpected, Mr. Potter. I confess I'm intrigued by your proposition." "Thank you for considering it," Harry said, meeting her gaze directly. I need someone who understands wizarding politics and isn't afraid to challenge powerful figures. Someone with personal reasons to ensure justice is done. And you believe I fit that description? Her tone was neutral, but Harry detected a hint of amusement in her eyes. I know you care about magical children being protected from harm. You're Sirius's cousin, which gives you a connection to me through my godfather. And I suspect you have your own reasons for wanting to see Dumbledore held accountable. Narcissa studied him for a long moment. You are not what I expected, Mr. Potter. Draco's descriptions of you have been quite different. I'm not the same person I was before the compulsion charms began breaking down, Harry said simply. I'm still discovering who I really am. Something softened in Narcissa's expression, not pity, exactly, but a kind of understanding. What you've experienced is an abomination. No child should have their mind violated in such a manner. She paused, seeming to come to a decision. I will represent you before the Wizengamot, Mr. Potter. Not for any political advantage, but because it is the right thing to do. Relief washed through Harry. Thank you, Mrs. Malfoy. Narcissa, please. If I am to be your advocate, we should dispense with formalities. She leaned forward slightly. Now, tell me everything. Not just what the healers found, but what you've experienced as the compulsions have weakened. We must build a case that no member of the Wizengamot can ignore. For the next 2 hours, Harry spoke more openly than he ever had before, describing the headaches, the contradictory thoughts, the strange sense of clarity that came in waves as Dumbledore's influence receded. He explained how his feelings toward certain people had shifted, how his interests and academic focus had changed, how even his perception of danger seemed altered. Narcissa listened intently, occasionally asking a pointed question or making a note with an elegant quill. When Harry finally fell silent, she sat back, her expression grave but determined. Albus Dumbledore has committed crimes against you that go beyond mere manipulation, Mr. Potter, Harry. He has systematically violated your personhood, your very identity. And if my suspicions are correct, his motivations were far more calculating than mere concern for the greater good. What do you mean? Harry asked. Consider the pattern of these compulsions, Narcissa said. Reduced self-preservation instincts. Dampened academic potential. Instant trust in certain authority figures. Rejection of Slytherin traits like ambition and cunning. She tapped her fingers thoughtfully against the desk. He wasn't merely shaping you into a weapon against the Dark Lord, he was ensuring you would be a sacrificial one. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. You think he meant for me to die facing Voldemort? I think, Narcissa said carefully, that Albus Dumbledore has always preferred neat solutions to messy problems. And what neater solution to the problem of two powerful wizards threatening his vision for the magical world than to have them destroy each other? Harry sat in stunned silence, turning this theory over in his mind. It made a terrible kind of sense, the way Dumbledore had always held back crucial information, the trials he'd allowed Harry to face alone, the careful cultivation of Harry's self-sacrificing tendencies. We will present our case methodically, Narcissa continued, seeming to understand that Harry needed a moment to process. First the medical evidence, then examples of how these compulsions manifested in your behavior and choices, and finally an analysis of the pattern and apparent intent behind them. By the time we're finished, not even Dumbledore's staunchest supporters will be able to defend his actions. As their meeting concluded, Narcissa fixed Harry with a penetrating look. You've taken a brave step in seeking justice, Harry. Many would have preferred to keep such violations private, to avoid the scrutiny and speculation that will inevitably follow. But in doing so, you may well be protecting countless other children from similar manipulation. I'm not doing it to be brave, Harry said honestly. I'm doing it because I need to know who I really am. And I can't do that with Dumbledore's ghost still in my head. Narcissa nodded, a flicker of respect in her eyes. Then we shall exorcise that ghost together, before the full Wizengamot. As he watched her leave, Harry felt a strange mix of apprehension and hope. The hearing would be difficult, painful even, but necessary, like lancing a wound to allow healing to begin. And for the first time, he would be facing a challenge with his own mind truly guiding him, not Dumbledore's carefully planted suggestions. The real Harry Potter was finally emerging from the shadows. And he was ready to be heard. Chapter 2, The Testimony. The morning of the Wizengamot hearing dawned crisp and clear, the autumn sunlight casting long shadows across the grounds of Hogwarts. Harry stood at his dormitory window, watching a flock of birds wheel over the forbidden forest. The freedom of their flight made something ache in his chest. "Ready?" Ron asked from behind him. Harry turned, adjusting the formal robes Narcissa had sent for the occasion, deep emerald with subtle black piping, far more sophisticated than anything he'd worn before. "As I'll ever be." In the week since Narcissa had agreed to be his advocate, Harry had undergone intensive preparation for the hearing. Daily sessions with Madame Pomfrey had accelerated the breakdown of the compulsion charms, leaving his mind clearer but also more volatile. Memories would surface at random, moments when his thoughts had fought against Dumbledore's influence before being subsumed again, decisions that felt wrong even as he made them. "You don't have to do this, you know," Ron said quietly. "McGonagall says you could submit written testimony. No one would blame you." Harry met his friend's concerned gaze. "I would blame me. I need to look the Wizengamot in the eye when I tell them what he did. Otherwise, they might dismiss it as exaggeration or misunderstanding." Ron nodded, looking both worried and proud. "Just remember, mate, we're with you. All of us. Even though some of our friendship might have been engineered?" Harry couldn't help asking. It was a question that had lingered between them, unspoken but ever-present. "Especially because of that," Ron said firmly. "If Dumbledore thought he needed magic to make us friends, then he didn't understand either of us very well. I'd have liked you anyway, scrawny git with a saving people thing and all." Harry snorted, the tension breaking. "Thanks. I think." Downstairs, Hermione waited in the common room, pacing nervously in front of the fireplace. She'd foregone her usual casual weekend attire for neat, professional-looking robes in deep blue. "Oh, Harry," she said when she saw him. "You look different." "Good different or bad different?" he asked, suddenly self-conscious. "Just different," she said, studying him. "More yourself, somehow. The robes suit you." They did, Harry realized. He'd always felt awkward in wizarding attire before, but these robes felt natural, comfortable in a way his usual clothes never had. Another effect of the fading compulsions, perhaps. Dumbledore had wanted him to remain connected to his Muggle upbringing, uncomfortable in the trappings of wizarding culture. "Narcissa's waiting by the main entrance," Hermione said, checking her watch. "We should get going if we want to make it to the Ministry on time." The three friends made their way through the castle in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. The corridors were unusually quiet for a Saturday morning. Most students were still at breakfast, unaware that history was about to be made at the Wizengamot. They found Narcissa in the entrance hall, engaged in quiet conversation with Professor Snape. Both adults looked up as the trio approached, their discussion ending abruptly. "Mr. Potter," Narcissa greeted him, her eyes assessing his appearance with approval. "Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. I understand you'll be attending as moral support?" Hermione nodded, looking slightly intimidated but determined. "Harry needs his friends today." "Indeed," Narcissa agreed, surprising Harry with her lack of disdain toward Hermione. "This will be a difficult day for all involved. Severus has kindly agreed to escort you through the Floo in Professor McGonagall's office, as I will be accompanying Harry via ministry transport." Harry glanced at Snape, whose expression was unreadable as ever. The potions master had been surprisingly civil in the days since the discovery of the compulsion charms, treating Harry with a kind of distant neutrality rather than his usual contempt. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said. Snape inclined his head slightly. I am merely following the acting headmistress's instructions, Potter. Try not to make a spectacle of yourself at the ministry. The words lacked their usual bite, coming across almost as concerned advice rather than a sneer. Harry found himself nodding in acknowledgement rather than bristling at the comment. We should depart, Narcissa said, checking an elegant silver timepiece. The press will undoubtedly be gathered at the ministry, hoping for a glimpse of you. We'll bypass them through a private entrance. With a final nod to Ron and Hermione, Harry followed Narcissa outside, where a sleek black ministry car waited on the drive. As they settled into the luxurious back seat, Harry found himself fighting a wave of anxiety. Nervous? Narcissa asked perceptively. Yes, Harry admitted, seeing no point in pretending otherwise. I've never testified in front of the Wisengamot before. And this feels bigger than just me. Like the whole wizarding world is watching. They are, Narcissa said bluntly. This case has the potential to reshape how our society views magical authority. Albus Dumbledore has been the moral compass of wizarding Britain for decades. To see him exposed as a manipulator of children's minds, it challenges fundamental assumptions about who can be trusted with power. No pressure, then, Harry muttered. Narcissa's lips curved slightly. You've faced worse, I suspect. And you won't be alone. Madame Pomfrey's testimony will establish the medical facts before you speak. All you need to do is tell your truth, how the compulsions affected you, what you've experienced as they've faded. And if they don't believe me? They will, Narcissa said with quiet confidence. The evidence is irrefutable. Even those who wish to protect Dumbledore will find it difficult to dismiss 38 documented compulsion charms bearing his magical signature. As they passed through the Hogwarts gates, the car accelerated with unnatural speed, the landscape blurring around them. Harry closed his eyes, focusing on his breathing as Madame Pomfrey had taught him. He had to stay calm, stay clear-headed. Today, for the first time, he would speak with his own voice, free from Dumbledore's influence. The Ministry of Magic was a hive of activity when they arrived. As promised, Narcissa led Harry through a side entrance, bypassing the main atrium where reporters were undoubtedly lying in wait. They were met by a grim-faced Auror who escorted them to a small antechamber adjacent to the Wisengamot courtroom. The hearing begins in 30 minutes, the Auror informed them. Witnesses are to remain here until called. Madame Pomfrey was already waiting, looking uncharacteristically formal in crisp white healer's robes with the St. Mungo's emblem displayed prominently on the breast. Her expression brightened slightly when she saw Harry. Mr. Potter, how are you feeling today? Any headaches? Disorientation? I'm fine, Madame Pomfrey, Harry assured her. Just nervous about the hearing. That's perfectly natural, she said, patting his arm. Remember what we discussed, if you feel overwhelmed at any point, signal me or Minerva. No one will think less of you for needing a moment to collect yourself. The door opened again, admitting Professor McGonagall, followed by Ron and Hermione. McGonagall looked severe in formal black robes, her hair pulled into an even tighter bun than usual. Potter, she acknowledged him with a nod. The courtroom is filling rapidly. It seems word of the hearing has spread despite the ministry's attempts at discretion. Who else knows I'll be testifying? Harry asked, anxiety ratcheting up another notch. The full Wisengamot will be present, McGonagall replied. Minister Fudge insisted, despite Madame Bones's preference for a smaller panel. Several department heads will attend as observers. And... She hesitated. Albus has been located and will be present for the proceedings. Harry's heart stuttered in his chest. Dumbledore will be there? In person? Yes. He surrendered to Aurors last night, stating that he wished to explain his actions in his own words. McGonagall's expression was strained. Harry, you should prepare yourself. This will not be easy for anyone involved. Before Harry could respond, the door opened once more, revealing Amelia Bones, her monocle glinting in the torchlight. "It's time," she said simply. "Madam Pomfrey, you'll testify first," followed by Mr. Potter. "Mrs. Malfoy, as the boy's advocate, you may interject if necessary, but remember this is a fact-finding hearing, not a criminal trial, at least not yet." Narcissa inclined her head in acknowledgement. "Of course, Madam Bones. We are here to establish the truth, nothing more." As the group filed out of the antechamber, Harry felt Ron squeeze his shoulder. "We'll be right behind you, mate," he murmured. "Just tell them what happened. The truth will speak for itself." Harry nodded, drawing a deep breath as they approached the imposing doors of courtroom 10. The same chamber where he'd faced charges for underage magic just months earlier. The irony wasn't lost on him. Then, Dumbledore had arrived at the last minute to defend him. Now, the headmaster would be fighting to defend himself. The doors swung open, and Harry got his first glimpse of the packed courtroom. Rows of plum-robed Wisengamot members filled the tiered seats, their faces a mixture of concern, curiosity, and in some cases, outright hostility. Minister Fudge sat in the center, looking both nervous and somehow gleeful, clearly seeing an opportunity to discredit his political rival. And there, in a chair positioned before the Wisengamot, sat Albus Dumbledore. Not bound in chains like a common criminal, but present as a respected witness facing serious allegations. He wore plain grey robes rather than his usual flamboyant attire, his silver beard neatly trimmed, his hands folded calmly in his lap. As Harry entered, Dumbledore's eyes found him immediately. There was no twinkle in those blue depths today, just a profound sadness that made Harry's throat tighten inexplicably. For a moment, he felt a surge of doubt. How could this grandfatherly figure have violated his mind so systematically? Then a sharp pain lanced through Harry's temple, and with it came clarity. This was the compulsion at work, even now, the instinct to trust Dumbledore, to give him the benefit of every doubt. Harry straightened his spine and met that blue gaze steadily, refusing to be swayed. "The Wisengamot recognizes Madame Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement," Fudge announced as they took their places. Amelia Bones stood, her voice carrying clearly through the chamber. "Esteemed members of the Wisengamot, we are convened today to address allegations of illegal mental manipulation perpetrated against a minor, specifically Mr. Harry James Potter, by Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Due to the serious nature of these allegations and the standing of both parties involved, this hearing will establish the facts before determining whether criminal charges are warranted." She gestured toward Madame Pomfrey. "Our first witness is Madame Poppy Pomfrey, head healer at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, who discovered the alleged violations during a medical examination of Mr. Potter." Madame Pomfrey rose and moved to the witness chair position before the Wisengamot. After being sworn in, she sat with perfect posture, her expression professional and composed. "Madame Pomfrey," Amelia Bones began, "please describe the circumstances that led to your examination of Mr. Potter." "Mr. Potter collapsed during a defense against the dark arts class on September 18, Madame Pomfrey explained. This followed several days of reported headaches and episodes of disorientation. When he was brought to the hospital wing, I observed symptoms consistent with magical interference with cognitive function. What steps did you take to diagnose his condition?" "I performed standard diagnostic charms, which revealed unusual activity in the prefrontal cortex and limbic system, areas of the brain associated with decision-making and emotional responses. Given these findings, I determined that a comprehensive magical scan was warranted." "Could you explain this procedure for the Wisengamot?" Bones requested. "A comprehensive magical scan is a deep diagnostic procedure that identifies all magical influences affecting a patient's body and mind. It's rarely performed except in cases of suspected curse damage or profound magical interference, as it is both invasive and magically taxing." Madame Pomfrey paused. "The procedure requires the patient to be in an unconscious state while the healer systematically examines each magical signature present in their system." "And what did your scan of Mr. Potter reveal?" Madame Pomfrey's professional demeanor hardened slightly. I identified 38 distinct compulsion charms embedded throughout Mr. Potter's mind, affecting various aspects of his thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. A murmur swept through the courtroom. Dumbledore remained perfectly still, his gaze now fixed on Madame Pomfrey. 38 separate compulsions? Amelia Bones clarified, her eyebrows raised. Could you describe the nature of these compulsions? They varied in purpose and intensity, Madame Pomfrey replied, retrieving a scroll from her robes. With the court's permission, I've prepared a categorized list. At Bones's nod, she unrolled the scroll and began to read. Category 1, Interpersonal Compulsions. These included charms to induce immediate trust in specific individuals, including Albus Dumbledore, Molly Weasley, and Rubeus Hagrid. Conversely, there were charms to provoke instinctive dislike or distrust of others, including Severus Snape and any student sorted into Slytherin House. More murmuring, louder this time. Harry kept his eyes forward, though he could feel Ron shifting uncomfortably beside him. Category 2, Self-Perception Compulsions. These included charms to suppress Mr. Potter's awareness of his social status in the wizarding world, to instill a sense of unworthiness and gratitude for any kindness shown to him, and to create resistance to displays of wealth or privilege despite his considerable inherited fortune. Harry blinked, surprised. He'd known about his vault of gold, of course, but had never considered himself wealthy. Another manipulation, apparently. Category 3, Academic Compulsions. These included charms to dampen overall academic ambition, to create specific disinterest in subjects including potions, ancient runes, and mind arts, and to establish a pattern of minimal preparation and last-minute completion of assignments. Hermione made a small, distressed sound beside Harry. He'd always assumed his academic habits were just his nature, to discover they'd been deliberately engineered was profoundly disturbing. Category 4, Behavioral Compulsions. These were perhaps the most concerning, Madame Pomfrey continued, her voice growing harder. They included charms to reduce self-preservation instincts, to create a heightened, saving people, impulse, to establish resistance to reporting dangerous situations to authority figures, and to instill a tendency toward reckless bravery rather than strategic caution. The courtroom had gone deathly silent. Even Fudge looked genuinely shocked rather than politically calculating. Finally, Category 5, Identity Compulsions. These included charms to reinforce identification with Gryffindor house values while rejecting Slytherin traits, to maintain strong connections to the Muggle world despite negative experiences there, and to prioritize modest magical ambitions rather than seeking mastery or power. Madame Pomfrey rolled the scroll closed, her expression grim. In my 30 years as a healer, I have never encountered such an extensive, deliberate manipulation of a child's mind. The level of skill required to layer these compulsions without causing obvious cognitive disruption is exceptional. Amelia Bones took a moment to compose herself before continuing. Were you able to determine who cast these compulsion charms? Yes, Madame Pomfrey said firmly. Each charm carried the same magical signature, which I recognized immediately as belonging to Albus Dumbledore. I have worked alongside Albus for decades and am intimately familiar with his magical signature from countless interactions in a healing context. Could there be any mistake in this identification? None whatsoever, Madame Pomfrey stated. Furthermore, several of the older compulsions contain traces of phoenix magic, consistent with the inclusion of a phoenix feather as a casting focus. As I'm sure the Wizengamot is aware, Albus Dumbledore is one of the few wizards in Britain known to have a phoenix familiar. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly at this revelation, the first sign of reaction he'd shown. How long have these compulsions been in place? Bones continued. Based on their magical degradation patterns, the oldest compulsions date back to when Mr. Potter was approximately 15 months old, shortly after his parents' deaths. New compulsions were added periodically throughout his childhood, with the most recent being applied during the previous school year, following the Triwizard Tournament. Harry felt as if he'd been punched. Since he was a baby? Dumbledore had been manipulating his mind since before he could talk. And what effect have these compulsions had on Mr. Potter's development and well-being? Madame Pomfrey's professional demeanor cracked slightly, genuine distress showing through. The consequences are profound and far-reaching. Mr. Potter's entire sense of self has been artificially constructed. His friendships, his academic performance, his response to danger, even his basic personality traits have been shaped by external magical influence rather than natural development. She looked directly at Harry as she continued. As these compulsions have begun to break down, Mr. Potter has experienced significant psychological distress. Memories are being recontextualized, emotional responses are shifting, long-held beliefs are dissolving. It is, in essence, a fundamental identity crisis imposed by the collapse of an artificial mental framework. Will Mr. Potter recover from these effects? Bones asked, her tone gentler. With proper treatment, yes. The mind has remarkable resilience. As the compulsions fully dissipate, Mr. Potter's natural thought patterns will reassert themselves. However, she added gravely, he will need to rebuild his sense of self, to discover who he truly is without magical interference. This is not a process that can be rushed or simplified. Thank you, Madame Pomfrey, Amelia Bones said. I have no further questions at this time. Fudge cleared his throat. Does any member of the Wisengamot wish to question this witness? Several hands raised. A witch with iron-gray hair and a monocle similar to Madame Bones's was recognized first. Madame Pomfrey, could these compulsions have been placed with benevolent intent? Perhaps as a form of protection for Mr. Potter given his unique status? Madame Pomfrey's spine stiffened. There is no benevolent application for 38 layered compulsion charms on a child's developing mind. Protection spells and guardings, yes. Medical compulsions to prevent self-harm in specific circumstances, perhaps. But systematic manipulation of personality, preferences, and relationships? No. There is no ethical justification for such actions. The next questioner was a wizard with a neat beard and skeptical expression. Is it possible that you know who, not Albus Dumbledore, placed these compulsions during the attack that gave Mr. Potter his scar? Absolutely not, Madame Pomfrey replied firmly. First, the magical signature is unquestionably Albus Dumbledore's. Second, many of the compulsions were placed years after that night, including during Mr. Potter's time at Hogwarts. Third, the nature of the compulsions, encouraging trust in certain Order of the Phoenix members, for instance, would be directly contrary to you-know-who's interests. The questioning continued for nearly an hour, with various Wisengamot members attempting to find alternative explanations or mitigating factors. Madame Pomfrey remained unshakable, her testimony grounded in medical fact and professional assessment. Finally, Amelia Bones spoke again. Does Albus Dumbledore wish to question this witness? All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who had remained silent throughout the proceedings. He rose slowly, his movements those of a much older man than he had appeared just days earlier. I have only one question, Poppy, he said, his voice soft but carrying through the silent courtroom. In your professional opinion, did the compulsion charms you discovered cause direct harm to Harry Potter? Madame Pomfrey met his gaze unflinchingly. Yes, Albus, they did. They deprived him of his fundamental right to develop as his true self. They artificially diminished his academic potential, dampened his self-preservation instincts, and directed him toward danger rather than safety. They isolated him from potential allies and forced connections with others. They compromised his ability to make informed choices about his own life. Her voice hardened. That is harm of the most insidious kind, harm disguised as guidance, manipulation masked as protection. Dumbledore nodded slowly, as if he had expected this answer. Thank you for your honesty, Poppy. I have no further questions. As he resumed his seat, Harry found himself studying the headmaster with new eyes. There was no anger in Dumbledore's demeanor, no defensiveness or denial. just a profound weariness and what appeared to be resignation. It was not the reaction Harry had expected. "The Wisengamot now calls Harry James Potter," Amelia Bones announced. Heart hammering against his ribs, Harry rose and made his way to the witness chair. Madame Pomfrey gave his arm a reassuring squeeze as they passed. The chair felt enormous, designed for adults rather than 15-year-old boys, making Harry feel even more vulnerable as all eyes turned to him. After being sworn in, Harry sat with his hands clasped tightly in his lap, trying to project a confidence he didn't feel. "Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones began gently, "in your own words, could you describe how you became aware of the compulsion charms affecting you?" Harry cleared his throat, grateful for the glass of water that had appeared on a small table beside him. "It started with headaches at the beginning of term. Not like my scar hurting, this was different, like something inside my mind was fighting against itself." He described the escalating symptoms, the moments of clarity followed by confusion, and finally the collapse that had led to Madame Pomfrey's discovery. "And how did you react when you learned about the compulsion charms?" Harry considered the question carefully. "At first, I didn't believe it. Dumbledore had always been. I'd always thought of him as my protector, someone who had my best interests at heart. The idea that he'd been controlling my thoughts seemed impossible." "What changed your mind?" "As Madame Pomfrey began treating me and the compulsion started to weaken, I could feel the difference in my own thoughts," Harry explained. "It was like I'd been looking at everything through a colored lens that suddenly began to clear. I started questioning things I'd never questioned before. Wondering why I'd made certain choices that didn't make sense in retrospect." "Could you give the Wisengamot specific examples of how these compulsions affected your daily life and decisions?" Harry nodded, drawing a steadying breath. "In my first year at Hogwarts, I met Draco Malfoy before I knew anything about Hogwarts houses or blood politics. I felt an immediate dislike for him that I couldn't explain. It was visceral, beyond just finding him rude. Later, on the Hogwarts Express, I felt an instant connection to Ron Weasley, even though we'd just met." He glanced briefly at Ron, who gave him an encouraging nod. "I thought those were just normal reactions, but now I realize they were engineered. There was a compulsion to reject anything associated with Slytherin and to bond with the Weasley family." Harry paused. "Don't misunderstand, Ron is my best friend, and I value our friendship. But the immediacy and intensity of that initial connection wasn't natural." "What about your academic performance?" Bones prompted. "Madame Pomfrey mentioned compulsions affecting your studies." "That's been one of the strangest revelations," Harry admitted. "Since the compulsions began fading, I've found myself interested in subjects I never cared about before. Ancient runes suddenly seems fascinating. Potions makes more sense. And I've started actually wanting to study and prepare instead of leaving everything to the last minute." He straightened slightly in the chair. "I always thought I was just average academically, good at defense because I had to be, but otherwise unremarkable. Now I wonder what I might have achieved if I'd been allowed to develop naturally." "And your response to danger?" Madame Pomfrey mentioned reduced self-preservation instincts. Harry's expression darkened. "Every year at Hogwarts, I've faced life-threatening situations. And every time, I've rushed headlong into danger without seeking adult help. Even when that help was readily available." He shook his head. "That never struck me as strange until now. What kid faces a mountain troll or a basilisk or dementors and doesn't immediately run to a teacher or parent?" Murmurs rippled through the courtroom. Dumbledore's expression remained impassive. "I've nearly died multiple times," Harry continued, his voice strengthening. "And each time, I felt compelled to handle it myself rather than ask for help. I thought that was just who I was, brave to the point of recklessness. But it wasn't. It was a deliberately implanted pattern of behavior." "Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones said carefully, "why do you believe these compulsions were placed on you? What purpose did they serve?" Harry hesitated, looking directly at Dumbledore for the first time since taking the stand. The headmaster met his gaze steadily. "I believe I was being shaped into a weapon," Harry said finally. "A very specific kind of weapon against Voldemort." Gasps and flinches rippled through the courtroom at the name. "The compulsions made me brave but reckless, loyal but uncritical, moderately skilled but not too powerful. They pushed me to face dangers alone rather than with proper support." Harry's voice had gone flat. "They created a person who would walk willingly into danger for the greater good, who would sacrifice himself if necessary, who would follow Dumbledore's path without questioning it too deeply." The courtroom was utterly silent now, hanging on his every word. "The worst part," Harry continued, his voice barely above a whisper, "is that I don't know who I really am. Everything I thought defined me, my house, my friends, my abilities, even my dislikes, all of it was influenced by these compulsions. I'm 15 years old, and I'm just now discovering my own mind." Amelia Bones allowed a moment of silence before asking her next question. "How do you feel toward Albus Dumbledore now?" Harry considered this carefully. "I feel betrayed. Violated. But also confused, because parts of me still want to trust him, to believe he had good reasons for what he did. And I don't know if that's the remnants of the compulsions talking or if it's really me." He swallowed hard. "I think that's the cruelest part of mental manipulation, you can never fully trust your own reactions afterward." "Thank you, Mr. Potter," Amelia Bones said gently. "I have no further questions at this time." As various members of the Wisengamot took turns questioning him, Harry maintained his composure, answering honestly even when the questions became pointed or skeptical. Some members seemed determined to find justification for Dumbledore's actions, suggesting that as the boy who lived, perhaps Harry required special guidance or protection. With respect, Harry responded to one such suggestion, "Being the boy who lived is exactly why I should have been allowed to develop normally. How can I be expected to make critical decisions or face unusual challenges if my very thoughts aren't my own?" Finally, after nearly as long as Madame Pomfrey's questioning, Amelia Bones addressed Dumbledore. "Does Albus Dumbledore wish to question this witness?" Dumbledore rose once more, his blue eyes somber as they met Harry's. "I do, but not to challenge any aspect of Mr. Potter's testimony. I merely wish to ask, Harry, before these compulsions began to fade, were you happy?" The question caught Harry off guard. Was he happy? Had he been happy, believing himself to be the person Dumbledore had constructed? "I thought I was," he answered slowly. "I had friends who cared about me. I'd found a home at Hogwarts after years with the Dursleys. I felt like I belonged in the wizarding world." He paused, weighing his next words carefully. "But it wasn't real happiness, was it? It was manufactured. Designed to keep me content enough not to question my circumstances too deeply, but never secure enough to truly flourish on my own terms." Dumbledore nodded, a flicker of what might have been genuine regret crossing his features. "Thank you, Harry. That is all I wished to know." As Harry returned to his seat beside Narcissa, exhaustion washed over him. The emotional toll of reliving his experiences, of articulating the violation he had suffered, left him drained. Narcissa placed a steadying hand on his arm, her touch surprisingly gentle. "You did well," she murmured. "Very well indeed." Amelia Bones stood once more, addressing the Wisengamot. "Having heard the testimony of both Madame Pomfrey and Mr. Potter, we must now consider whether Albus Dumbledore wishes to offer testimony in his own defense." All eyes turned to Dumbledore, who rose with the air of a man preparing for a long-expected moment. "I do," he said simply. As Dumbledore took the witness chair, the atmosphere in the courtroom grew even more tense. Here was a wizard many had revered for decades, now facing allegations that challenged his very legacy. "Before I respond to the specific allegations," Dumbledore began, his voice steady, "I wish to acknowledge the pain my actions have caused Harry Potter. Whatever my intentions, the impact of my decisions on this young man's life is undeniable and deeply regrettable." Harry blinked in surprise. He had expected denials or elaborate justifications, not this straightforward acknowledgement. "I do not dispute Madame Pomfrey's findings," Dumbledore continued. "The compulsion charms she identified were indeed cast by me, beginning the night James and Lily Potter were murdered and continuing through Harry's years at Hogwarts." Murmurs swept through the courtroom. Even Fudge looked startled by this admission. "The question before this body, then, is not whether these compulsions were placed, but why, and whether my actions, however misguided, constitute a criminal offense." Dumbledore folded his hands in his lap, his expression grave. "To answer that, I must speak of matters I had hoped would remain private until Harry was older and better prepared to bear them." "Proceed, Mr. Dumbledore," Amelia Bones directed, emphasizing his civilian status rather than any of his numerous titles. "The night Voldemort attacked the Potter family, something unprecedented occurred," Dumbledore said. "When the killing curse rebounded from Harry, it created a connection between them, a connection that goes beyond the scar on his forehead. I recognized this connection immediately upon finding Harry in the ruins of his parents' home." Harry sat forward slightly, an inexplicable chill running down his spine. "I believed then, as I believe now, that this connection would eventually draw Voldemort and Harry together again. That Harry would be central to the ultimate defeat of the Dark Lord. This was later confirmed by a prophecy made before his birth, which named Harry as having the power to vanquish the Dark Lord." "A prophecy?" Fudge interrupted, looking alarmed. "What prophecy?" "One recorded in the Department of Mysteries," Dumbledore replied. "Made by Sybil Trelawney shortly before Harry's birth, witnessed by myself and partially overheard by a Death Eater who reported it to Voldemort. It was this prophecy that led Voldemort to target the Potter family specifically." Harry felt as if the floor had dropped out from under him. A prophecy? About him and Voldemort? Why was he only hearing about this now? "The specific wording is known only to those directly concerned," Dumbledore continued, "but its essence is that Harry Potter was marked by Voldemort as his equal and possesses power the Dark Lord knows not." Narcissa's hand tightened on Harry's arm, her face betraying nothing but her eyes sharp with calculation. "Faced with this knowledge, I made a series of decisions regarding Harry's upbringing and development. I placed him with his mother's sister, where blood protections would shield him from Voldemort's followers. I monitored him from a distance, ensuring he remained safe if not particularly happy." Dumbledore's voice grew heavy with what sounded like genuine regret. "And yes, I began placing compulsion charms designed to shape him into a person who could fulfill the prophecy when the time came." "You engineered a child's entire personality based on a prophecy?" Amelia Bones asked, unable to keep the disbelief from her voice. "I believed I had no choice," Dumbledore replied simply. "The prophecy was clear: Harry would face Voldemort again. My concern was not whether this confrontation would occur, but whether Harry would survive it. Every compulsion was placed with that singular goal in mind, to give him the traits and connections I believed would help him prevail against a wizard of immense power and cruelty." "So you admit to manipulating Mr. Potter's mind to serve your interpretation of a prophecy?" Bones pressed. "I do," Dumbledore said. "And I accept whatever consequences this body deems appropriate for those actions. I only ask that you understand I acted not out of malice or desire for control, but from a genuine belief that Harry's survival depended on careful preparation." Fudge leaned forward. "Are you claiming that you know who has returned, Dumbledore? That these actions were necessary because of a current threat?" "Voldemort returned to physical form on the night of the third Triwizard Task, as Harry Potter witnessed," Dumbledore replied calmly. "But that is a separate matter from the one before this body today. Whether you accept that truth or not does not change the fact that I placed compulsion charms on Harry Potter's mind, violating both wizarding law and my position of trust as his headmaster." The questioning continued for over an hour, with various Wizengamot members pressing Dumbledore on specific compulsions, his interpretation of the prophecy, and his decision to act unilaterally rather than consulting other authorities or guardians. Throughout it all, Dumbledore maintained his position: he had acted wrongly but with what he believed were necessary intentions. He neither denied the severity of his actions nor attempted to minimize their impact on Harry's development. Finally, as the questioning wound down, Amelia Bones addressed him directly. "Mr. Dumbledore, do you regret your actions regarding Harry Potter?" Dumbledore's gaze shifted to Harry, their eyes meeting across the courtroom. "I regret the pain I have caused him," he said softly. "I regret that I saw the prophecy as a blueprint to be rigidly followed rather than one possible future among many. Most of all, I regret that in my determination to prepare Harry for his prophesied role, I violated the very thing I claim to value most, his capacity to love, to choose, to be fully himself." He looked back at Madame Bones. "Yes, Amelia. I regret my actions, even as I cannot say with certainty that I would have chosen differently, knowing what I knew then." "Thank you for your candor," Bones said formally. "The Wisengamot will now deliberate on this matter in private. All parties will be recalled when a determination has been reached." As the members of the Wisengamot filed out, the remaining spectators erupted into conversation. Harry sat frozen in his seat, Dumbledore's revelations about the prophecy echoing in his mind. Even now, with the headmaster confessing to years of manipulation, there were still secrets being unveiled, still pieces of Harry's life that had been hidden from him. Narcissa leaned close. "Are you all right?" Harry shook his head slightly. "A prophecy. All of this, my parents' deaths, my life with the Dursleys, the compulsion charms, all because of a prophecy I've never even heard." "Prophecies are notoriously ambiguous," Narcissa said carefully. "They are possibilities, not certainties. Albus Dumbledore chose to treat this one as inevitable and shaped you accordingly. But prophecies only have the power we give them through our choices." Her words stirred something in Harry, a spark of defiance against the idea that his life had been predetermined, that his choices were merely fulfilling a script written before his birth. "I want to hear it," he said firmly. "The full prophecy. If it's about me, I have a right to know exactly what it says." "And so you shall," Narcissa agreed. "But first, let us see what the Wisengamot decides. Their ruling will determine our next steps." The deliberation lasted nearly 3 hours. Harry remained in the courtroom with Narcissa, Ron, and Hermione, while Madame Pomfrey and Professor McGonagall conferred quietly in a corner. Dumbledore had been escorted to a separate chamber to await the verdict. When the Wisengamot finally returned, their faces were grim. Fudge, however, could barely conceal his satisfaction as he called the hearing back to order. After careful consideration of the testimony and evidence presented, he announced, "The Wisengamot has reached a unanimous decision regarding the allegations against Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." The courtroom fell silent, tension thick in the air. The Wisengamot finds that Albus Dumbledore did knowingly and deliberately place 38 separate compulsion charms on the mind of Harry James Potter, beginning when Mr. Potter was a minor of 15 months and continuing until recently. These actions constitute a gross violation of wizarding law regarding the mental autonomy of magical children, an abuse of power as Mr. Potter's magical guardian, and a breach of the sacred trust placed in educators. Fudge's voice grew stronger, his enjoyment of the moment increasingly evident. "Therefore, effective immediately, Albus Dumbledore is permanently removed from his position as headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. His Order of Merlin, First Class, is hereby revoked. His position as Supreme Mugwump of the International Confederation of Wizards and Chief Warlock of the Wisengamot are forfeit." Murmurs swept through the courtroom, growing louder with each pronouncement. Furthermore, Fudge continued, raising his voice above the noise, "Albus Dumbledore is barred from holding any position of authority over magical children in perpetuity. He is prohibited from using compulsion charms or similar mind-affecting magic for any purpose whatsoever. His wand shall be restricted with monitoring charms to enforce this prohibition." Fudge paused, clearly savoring the moment. "Finally, Albus Dumbledore is sentenced to 5 years of magical probation, during which time his movements and magical activities will be monitored by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Any violation of these terms will result in immediate imprisonment in Azkaban. Harry stared in disbelief. Dumbledore had lost everything: his positions, his honors, his freedom to practice magic without supervision. The most respected wizard in Britain had fallen in a single day. Mr. Potter, Fudge continued, turning to Harry with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, the Wizengamot extends its sincere apologies for the violations you have suffered. The Ministry will ensure that you receive appropriate therapeutic support and compensation for these wrongs. Furthermore, your guardianship arrangements will be reviewed immediately, as evidence suggests Albus Dumbledore may have acted improperly in that capacity as well. Harry nodded mechanically, too overwhelmed to form a proper response. Beside him, Narcissa's expression remained impassive, but a gleam of satisfaction shone in her eyes. "This hearing is concluded," Fudge declared, banging his gavel with unnecessary force. As the courtroom began to clear, Harry caught sight of Dumbledore being escorted toward a side exit by two Aurors. The old wizard paused, turning toward Harry with an expression of profound sadness. "I am sorry, my boy," he said, his voice carrying clearly despite its softness. "Not for trying to protect you, but for believing that controlling you was the only way to do so. I hope that one day, you might understand, even if you cannot forgive." Before Harry could respond, the Aurors led Dumbledore away, the once great wizard moving with the slow steps of a man who had lost everything he valued. The aftermath of the hearing was chaos. Reporters swarmed the Ministry atrium, desperate for a glimpse of Harry or any of the key witnesses. Narcissa, however, had anticipated this and arranged for a private flight connection directly to Malfoy Manor, where they could regroup before returning to Hogwarts. "The press will be relentless," she explained as she ushered Harry, Ron, and Hermione through the green flames. "Best to give them time to exhaust their initial frenzy before you face them." Malfoy Manor was exactly as opulent as Harry had imagined, with marble floors, priceless artifacts, and portraits of stern-looking ancestors watching disapprovingly as two Weasleys and a Muggleborn entered their domain. Lucius Malfoy was notably absent, something for which Harry was profoundly grateful. "Refreshments will be served in the blue parlor," Narcissa informed them, gesturing for a house elf to lead the way. "I've taken the liberty of arranging a light meal, as it's well past lunchtime." The light meal turned out to be an elaborate spread that would have impressed even the Hogwarts house elves. As they ate, Narcissa studied Harry thoughtfully. "You held yourself admirably today," she said. "Many adults would have crumbled under such intense scrutiny." Harry shrugged uncomfortably. "I just told the truth. It wasn't difficult." "On the contrary," Narcissa countered. "Speaking truth to power is one of the most difficult things a person can do, particularly when that power has shaped your very perception of reality." Ron, who had been uncharacteristically quiet since the hearing, finally spoke up. "What happens now? With you-know-who back and Dumbledore, well, out of the picture?" It was a question Harry had been avoiding, but one that couldn't be ignored indefinitely. With Dumbledore's fall, the wizarding world had lost its most powerful defender against Voldemort, a fact that would not go unnoticed by the Dark Lord or his followers. "An excellent question, Mr. Weasley," Narcissa said, setting down her teacup. "The political landscape has shifted dramatically today. The power vacuum created by Albus Dumbledore's disgrace will inevitably be filled, the only question is by whom." "Fudge seemed pretty pleased with himself," Hermione observed. "Cornelius Fudge is a small man enjoying a momentary triumph," Narcissa replied dismissively. "He lacks the vision or capability to truly lead in a time of crisis. No, the real power players will emerge in the coming weeks." She turned to Harry. "Which is why your next steps are critically important." "My next steps?" Harry echoed. "Indeed. Today, you were a victim seeking justice. Tomorrow, you must decide what role you will play in the changed world your testimony has created." Harry frowned. "I don't want a role. I just want to figure out who I really am without Dumbledore's influence." "A worthy goal," Narcissa agreed. but one that may prove challenging given your public profile and the prophecy Dumbledore revealed. Like it or not, Harry, you occupy a unique position in our world. How you choose to use that position will matter greatly in the days ahead. Before Harry could respond, a house elf appeared with a silver tray bearing several letters. Urgent correspondence has arrived for Master Potter and his friends, the elf announced with a deep bow. Harry accepted the letters, recognizing the Hogwarts seal on one and the distinctive handwriting of Sirius Black on another. The third bore the official seal of the Daily Prophet. They haven't wasted any time, Hermione murmured, glancing at the newspaper's letter. Harry opened Sirius's letter first, reading it quickly before passing it to Ron and Hermione. Harry, Moony and I just heard about the hearing. Well done, cub. Standing up to Dumbledore took tremendous courage. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person. We need to talk as soon as possible. The Order is in complete disarray with Dumbledore's disgrace. Some members are in denial, others are furious, and a few have already disappeared, presumably to distance themselves from the fallout. Molly and Arthur are firmly in your corner, though they're devastated by the revelation that their connection to you may have been engineered. More concerning is the news from our sources that Voldemort is already moving to capitalize on the chaos. Death Eater activity has increased overnight. They see Dumbledore's fall as an opportunity, and they're not wrong. I've been in contact with Amelia Bones about my case. With Dumbledore's credibility shattered, she's open to reviewing the circumstances of my imprisonment. There might be a chance for me to clear my name at last. Stay safe, stay alert, and trust no one completely until we understand the full extent of Dumbledore's manipulations. Moony sends his love and says to remind you that your parents would be fiercely proud of your courage today. Your godfather, Padfoot. Death Eaters are already making moves, Ron said grimly after reading the letter. That didn't take long. Voldemort would be a fool not to seize this opportunity, Narcissa observed. The wizarding world is divided and distracted, its most powerful champion disgraced. It is an ideal moment to strike. Harry opened the Hogwarts letter next, which proved to be from Professor McGonagall. Mr. Potter, in light of today's hearing and the Wisengamot's ruling, significant changes are underway at Hogwarts. The Board of Governors has appointed me as interim headmistress while a search is conducted for a permanent replacement for Albus. All students who exhibited symptoms similar to yours are being evaluated by a team of mind healers from St. Mungo's. Preliminary findings suggest that while none were subjected to the extensive manipulation you experienced, several students had minor compulsion charms affecting specific behaviors or preferences. The Ministry has dispatched Aurors to search Albus's quarters and office. I am told they have discovered numerous magical artifacts and documents that may be of interest to you personally. These have been secured pending proper review. I have taken the liberty of arranging private quarters for you upon your return to Hogwarts. While I hope you will maintain connections with your Gryffindor housemates, I understand you may desire space for reflection as you process these changes. Please know that whatever revelations may come, whatever choices you may make as you rediscover your authentic self, you have my unwavering support. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, interim headmistress. The letter from the Daily Prophet was predictably a request for an exclusive interview, which Harry set aside with no intention of responding. He had said all he needed to say before the Wisengamot. He had no desire to rehash the experience for public entertainment. Professor McGonagall says other students had compulsion charms too, Harry told Narcissa, who nodded as if this confirmed a suspicion. Not surprising. Albus Dumbledore was a man who believed fervently in his own vision for the wizarding world. It stands to reason he would nudge various individuals toward fulfilling their roles in that vision. It's still wrong, Hermione said firmly. No matter what his intentions were. Indeed, Miss Granger. The road to hell, as they say. Narcissa checked an elegant timepiece. We should prepare to return to Hogwarts. I imagine you all could use some rest after such an eventful day. As they gathered their things, Harry found himself staring out a tall window at the manicured gardens of Malfoy Manor. The world looked the same as it had that morning, yet everything had changed. Dumbledore, the man who had shaped every aspect of Harry's life from infancy, was disgraced and powerless. The prophecy that had apparently driven all of Dumbledore's manipulations was now public knowledge. And Voldemort was moving in the shadows, ready to exploit the chaos. "Mrs. Malfoy, Narcissa," Harry said suddenly, turning from the window. "The prophecy Dumbledore mentioned. You said I have a right to hear it in full." "You do," she agreed. "It is stored in the Department of Mysteries, where all officially recognized prophecies are kept. Only those named in a prophecy can retrieve it from the Hall of Prophecy." "I want to hear it," Harry said firmly. "Not Dumbledore's interpretation, not a summary. The actual prophecy." Narcissa studied him for a moment, then nodded. "A reasonable request. I shall make inquiries about arranging a visit to the Department of Mysteries. It may take some negotiation, but given today's events, I believe the Ministry will be accommodating." "Thank you," Harry said. "For everything you've done today." "You stood for yourself today, Harry Potter," Narcissa replied. "I merely provided the platform. Remember that in the days ahead, when others will attempt to speak for you or claim to act in your interests. Your voice is your own now. Use it wisely." The return to Hogwarts was far more public than their departure had been. Despite attempts at discretion, word of their arrival time had leaked, resulting in a crowd of students gathered in the entrance hall as Harry, Ron, and Hermione stepped through the flue in McGonagall's office. "I've instructed the prefects to maintain order," McGonagall told them, looking weary but resolute. "But I'm afraid curiosity is running high. Everyone wants to know what happened at the hearing." "The Prophet will publish a full account tomorrow, I'm sure," Harry said. "Undoubtedly, though whether it bears any resemblance to the truth remains to be seen." McGonagall sighed. "Potter, your private quarters are in the East Wing, 3rd floor. The portrait of Bridget Wenlock guards the entrance. The current password is autonomy. Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger know the location, should you need them." Harry hesitated. "Professor, what about my things?" "My trunk and Hedwig." "Already moved to your new quarters," McGonagall assured him. "Including your owl." "She seems to approve of the arrangement. There's a window that opens directly to the Ollery." As they prepared to face the crowd in the entrance hall, McGonagall placed a hand briefly on Harry's shoulder. "One day at a time, Potter. That's all any of us can manage at present." The journey through the castle was every bit as uncomfortable as Harry had anticipated. Students whispered as he passed, some looking sympathetic, others suspicious. The few who attempted to ask direct questions were efficiently redirected by Ron and Hermione, who flanked Harry protectively. Draco Malfoy and his Slytherin cohort were conspicuously absent from the onlookers, a fact Harry found oddly relieving. He wasn't sure he could handle Malfoy's reaction to the day's events, not when his feelings toward the Slytherin were shifting as the anti-Slytherin compulsions continued to fade. "This is it," Hermione said as they reached a portrait of a witch surrounded by mathematical symbols. Bridget Wenlock was a famous arithmancer who discovered the magical properties of the number 7. "Fascinating," Ron muttered. "Harry, the password?" "Autonomy," Harry told the portrait, which swung open to reveal a small but comfortable set of rooms. The main space served as both sitting room and study area, with a comfortable sofa, 2 armchairs, and a desk positioned near a window overlooking the lake. A door to the left led to a modest bedroom with an attached bathroom, while a second door opened onto a small dining area where meals could be served if Harry preferred to eat privately. "It's brilliant," Ron said, examining the space. "Like having your own flat inside Hogwarts." Harry nodded, feeling a complex mixture of emotions. The quarters were comfortable and private, exactly what he needed as he navigated this strange new reality. But they also represented his separation from the life he had known, the identity he had believed was his. "Harry?" Hermione asked gently. "Are you okay?" He sank onto the sofa, suddenly exhausted. I don't know. It's been a lot. That's the understatement of the century, mate, Ron said, sitting beside him. Finding out Dumbledore's been messing with your head since you were a baby, then testifying against him in front of the Wizengamot? That's more than most people deal with in a lifetime. And now there's the prophecy, Harry added. Another thing Dumbledore kept from me that apparently shapes my entire existence. Hermione perched on the arm of the sofa. What are you going to do about that? Narcissa's arranging for me to hear the full version, Harry said. I need to know exactly what it says before I can decide what it means for me. Prophecies are notoriously unreliable, Hermione noted. In arithmancy, we've studied how predictive magic is influenced by interpretation and free will. Many prophecies remain unfulfilled because people choose paths that diverge from the predicted outcomes. Try telling that to Voldemort, Harry said grimly. He believes in this one enough to have killed my parents over it. The conversation was interrupted by a soft knock at the portrait entrance. When Harry opened it, he found Luna Lovegood standing outside, a dreamy expression on her face and a small potted plant in her hands. Hello, Harry Potter, she said serenely. I've brought you a housewarming gift. It's a dirigible plum, they enhance the ability to accept the extraordinary. Harry blinked, nonplussed, then stepped aside to let her enter. Thanks, Luna. That's thoughtful. Luna drifted into the room, setting the plant on a windowsill where the unusual orange fruits hanging from its branches caught the afternoon light. Your head looks clearer now, she observed. Much fewer Raxperts than before. Raxperts? Ron repeated skeptically. Invisible creatures that float into your ears and make your brain go fuzzy, Luna explained matter-of-factly. Harry's always had an unusual infestation. I suspected external influence. She turned to Harry. Was I right? Were they compulsion charms pretending to be Raxperts? Despite everything, Harry found himself smiling. Something like that, yeah. How did you know? Luna shrugged. People aren't usually so consistently contrary to their nature unless something's interfering. You had the look of someone whose thoughts were being filtered through someone else's expectations. Her insight was so startlingly accurate that Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged surprised glances. The whole school's talking about Dumbledore, Luna continued, examining a bookshelf with mild interest. Some people think you're lying for attention. Others believe Dumbledore was right to guide you with magic because you're the chosen one. A few think you've been possessed by a heliopath. She turned to face him directly. I think you're just Harry, finally getting to decide for yourself who that is. Harry stared at her, struck by the simple truth of her assessment. That's exactly right, Luna. Thank you. She smiled vaguely. You're welcome. I should go now, the Thestrals expect me at sunset. They get cranky if they miss their apples. She headed for the door, then paused. Oh, and Harry? Now that you're free to choose your own path, you might want to revisit the Room of Requirement. It has a way of showing people what they truly need. With that cryptic suggestion, she departed, leaving Harry wondering, not for the first time, whether Luna Lovegood might be the wisest person at Hogwarts. The next morning brought the inevitable media storm. The Daily Prophet's headline screamed across the front page, Dumbledore guilty, Wizengamot strips titles after Potter mind control exposed. The article, while sensationalized, was surprisingly accurate in its account of the hearing. Rita Skeeter had outdone herself, somehow obtaining quotes from multiple Wizengamot members and detailed descriptions of the testimony given. More concerning were the sidebar articles speculating about the prophecy Dumbledore had mentioned and analyzing the power vacuum his fall had created. They're treating it like a political coup rather than a case of child abuse, Hermione said disgustedly, scanning the paper over breakfast in Harry's quarters. They had decided to avoid the Great Hall that morning, anticipating the stares and questions that would follow the prophet's coverage. Of course they are, Ron replied, helping himself to another slice of toast. Dumbledore wasn't just a headmaster, he was practically running Wizarding Britain from behind the scenes. Everyone's scrambling to figure out who's in charge now. No one's in charge, Harry said quietly. That's what scares them. Dumbledore was the only wizard Voldemort ever feared. With him disgraced and Fudge in denial about Voldemort's return. He didn't need to finish the thought. They all understood the dangerous uncertainty that now hung over the wizarding world. A tap at the window interrupted their grim contemplation. A sleek eagle owl hovered outside, bearing a letter sealed with the Malfoy crest. Harry let the bird in, untied the letter, and offered it a piece of bacon, which it accepted with aristocratic dignity before departing. The letter was brief and to the point. Harry, arrangements have been made for you to visit the Department of Mysteries tomorrow at 10 a.m. to hear the prophecy. Auror Kingsley Shacklebolt will escort you from Hogwarts to the Ministry. As your legal advocate, I will accompany you if you wish, though only you will be permitted to actually retrieve and activate the prophecy orb. On a related matter, the goblins have completed their preliminary audit of your accounts. Their findings are significant. I suggest a visit to Gringotts at your earliest convenience. Again, I am available to accompany you in an advisory capacity. Do consider your next moves carefully. Various factions are already attempting to position themselves as your allies or mentors in Dumbledore's absence. Remember that true autonomy requires discernment about whose counsel you accept. Regards, Narcissa Malfoy. Harry passed the letter to Hermione, who read it quickly before handing it to Ron. Tomorrow, Harry said. I'll finally hear the prophecy. Are you sure you want to know? Ron asked hesitantly. I mean, prophecies are dead spooky. What if it says something terrible? It already drove Voldemort to kill my parents and Dumbledore to manipulate my entire life, Harry pointed out. How much worse could it get? Hermione bit her lip. Harry's right. Whatever it says, knowing is better than being kept in the dark. At least then he can make informed decisions about how to respond to it. I suppose, Ron conceded. Just, be prepared for it to be cryptic rubbish. Dad says most prophecies could be interpreted a dozen different ways. That's what makes them dangerous, Hermione added. People choose the interpretation that fits what they already want to believe. Voldemort heard a prophecy about a child who could defeat him, so he tried to kill you. Dumbledore heard the same prophecy and decided it meant you needed to be molded into the perfect weapon against Voldemort. And what will you hear, Harry? Luna's voice came from the doorway, which had apparently been left ajar after a house elf delivered breakfast. That's the real question, isn't it? Harry gestured for her to join them. What would you do, Luna? If there was a prophecy about you? Luna considered this as she helped herself to a cup of tea. I'd listen to it very carefully, then set it aside like an interesting story someone told me once. Prophecies only have power if you surrender your choices to them. She stirred her tea thoughtfully. The future isn't written in stone, you know. It's more like water. Always moving, always changing shape depending on the paths we create for it to flow. Her perspective was oddly comforting. Whatever the prophecy said, Harry didn't have to let it define him the way Dumbledore and Voldemort had. Speaking of paths, Luna continued, have you visited the Room of Requirement yet? Not yet, Harry admitted. I've been a bit preoccupied. Understandable. But you might want to go soon. I have a feeling it's waiting for you. With that cryptic remark, Luna returned to her tea, humming softly to herself. The rest of the day passed in a blur of visitors and messages. Professor McGonagall stopped by to check on Harry's well-being and update him on the ongoing investigation of Dumbledore's quarters. Sirius sent a longer letter with more details about the Order's fragmentation and his own legal situation. Even Hagrid, tears staining his massive beard, came to express his shock and confusion over Dumbledore's actions. Never would have believed it, the half-giant kept saying. Dumbledore, puttin' spells on ya without permission, it ain't right, Harry. No matter what his reasons were. By evening, Harry was emotionally exhausted. After his friends departed for their dormitories, he found himself restless, unable to settle despite his fatigue. Luna's suggestion about the room of requirement kept floating through his mind. What would the room show him now that his thoughts were increasingly his own? Decision made, Harry grabbed his invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map and slipped out into the corridors. The castle was quiet, curfew approaching but not yet enforced. He made his way to the 7th floor without encountering anyone except the Bloody Baron, who drifted past without acknowledging him. Standing before the blank wall opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, Harry hesitated. How should he phrase his need? In the past, he'd asked for specific things, a place to hold DA meetings, somewhere to hide the Half-Blood Prince's book. But now? He paced back and forth 3 times, thinking, I need to see who I really am. I need to understand myself without Dumbledore's influence. A door materialized, simpler than any he'd seen the room produce before, plain wood with a brass handle, nothing ornate or dramatic. Taking a deep breath, Harry grasped the handle and stepped inside. The room that greeted him was not what he'd expected. Instead of revealing some profound insight or magical artifact, it presented a comfortable, circular space with a ceiling enchanted to show the night sky, much like the Great Hall. The walls were lined with shelves containing books, magical instruments, and various objects Harry didn't recognize. A central area held several comfortable chairs arranged around a low table. But what drew Harry's attention were the 4 pedestals positioned at cardinal points around the room, each bearing a different object, a gleaming silver sword to the north, an ancient tome to the east, a golden cup to the south, and a polished wand to the west. As Harry approached the center of the room, a soft voice seemed to emanate from the very walls around him. Welcome, seeker of self, it said. Before you lies the chamber of choices, a manifestation of your own mind's deepest structures, free from external influence. Each pedestal represents a path available to you, shaped by your innate tendencies rather than imposed ones. Harry turned slowly, taking in the 4 pedestals. What do they mean? The sword represents the path of the warrior, direct action, courage in battle, leadership in times of conflict. The book symbolizes the path of the scholar, knowledge, wisdom, strategic thinking. The cup embodies the path of the healer, compassion, connection, emotional strength. The wand signifies the path of the mage, magical power, mastery of the arcane, transformation. And I'm supposed to choose one? Harry asked, moving toward the sword almost instinctively before catching himself. That instinct you just felt, to move toward the familiar, the expected, examine it, the voice suggested gently. Is it truly yours, or an echo of what others have trained you to value? Harry froze, realizing the voice was right. He had automatically moved toward the sword because it represented the Gryffindor traits Dumbledore had compelled him to embrace, direct action, charging into danger, confronting enemies head-on. But was that really who he was? He forced himself to step back, to consider each option with fresh eyes. The sword held appeal, certainly, he did value courage and had a natural protective instinct toward those he cared about. But the book called to him too, in a way it never had before. How much knowledge had he neglected because Dumbledore had suppressed his academic curiosity? The cup seemed to emanate a warmth that reminded him of his deepest connections, not the engineered friendships Dumbledore had arranged, but the genuine bonds that had formed despite the manipulations. And the wand, there was power there, potential that had been deliberately stifled to keep him dependent and manageable. I don't think I can choose just one, Harry said finally. They all seem like parts of who I could be. A soft chuckle emanated from the walls. A wise observation. Few humans are so one-dimensional that a single path encompasses all they are. The question is not which path to choose exclusively, but which elements of each to incorporate into your unique journey. The pedestals began to glow softly, each emitting a different colored light, red from the sword, blue from the book, yellow from the cup, green from the wand. As Harry watched, the lights extended toward the center of the room, intermingling without losing their distinct hues. This is the essence of free will, Harry Potter, the voice continued. Not the absence of influence, for all beings are shaped by their experiences and relationships, but the conscious choice of which influences to accept and which to reject. The integration of various aspects of self into a coherent whole that is uniquely yours. As the lights merged in the center of the room, they formed a swirling pattern that gradually coalesced into a mirror. Not the mirror of Ariste with its deceptive reflections of desire, but a simple, honest glass that showed Harry as he was in that moment, tired, confused, but also more fully present in himself than he had ever been. Look closely, the voice instructed. What do you see? Harry approached the mirror, studying his reflection. At first, he saw only the obvious, a 15-year-old boy with untidy black hair, green eyes, and the famous lightning scar. But as he continued to look, he began to notice subtle changes. His posture was different, less the defensive crouch of someone expecting attack, more the balanced stance of someone comfortable in their own skin. His eyes held a sharpness, an awareness that had been muted before. Even his magic felt different, not necessarily stronger, but more focused, more aligned with his true self. I see, me, Harry said simply. Not the boy who lived or Dumbledore's weapon or the Gryffindor seeker. Just Harry. Still figuring it out, but genuine. The mirror shimmered, and for a brief moment, Harry saw not just his present self but glimpses of possible futures, Harry poring over ancient texts in a library, Harry standing firm against a dark force, wand raised in defiance, Harry surrounded by friends, not as their leader but as their equal, Harry working complex magic with confident precision. These are possibilities, not predictions, the voice explained as the images faded. Paths that may open to you as you continue to discover who you truly are. None is certain, all are available, and the choice remains always yours. The mirror dissolved back into intermingled light, which gradually receded to the 4 pedestals. Return as often as you wish, the voice said, growing fainter. The chamber of choices will evolve as you do. For now, remember this, the greatest compulsion of all is the belief that you must be only one thing, follow only one path. True freedom lies in integration, not limitation. With these words, the voice fell silent, though the room remained. Harry stood in the center for several long moments, absorbing what he had seen and heard. Then, with a sense of purpose he hadn't felt in weeks, he left the room of requirement and made his way back to his quarters. Tomorrow he would hear the prophecy that had shaped so much of his life. But tonight, for perhaps the first time, he understood that no prophecy, and no wizard, no matter how powerful, could define who he truly was unless he allowed it. That knowledge, more than anything Dumbledore had ever taught him, felt like real magic. The Department of Mysteries lived up to its name. Cold, black-tiled corridors led in seemingly random directions, unmarked doors opened onto rooms containing unimaginable wonders and terrors, and a pervasive sense of otherworldliness hung in the air like an invisible fog. Stay close, Kingsley Shacklebolt advised as he led Harry and Narcissa through the labyrinthine space. It's easy to get disoriented here, even for those of us who visit regularly. Harry nodded, trying not to stare too obviously at a room they passed containing what appeared to be a veil hanging from an archway, whispering voices emanating from beyond it. Every instinct told him to keep his distance from that particular mystery. The Hall of Prophecy is one of our most secure areas, Kingsley explained. Only those named in a prophecy can remove it from its shelf without triggering defensive enchantments. In your case, Harry, that means either you or Voldemort himself. Comforting, Harry muttered. Narcissa walked beside him, her expression neutral but her eyes constantly scanning their surroundings. She had met them at the Ministry atrium, dressed in elegant robes of midnight blue that somehow managed to appear both formal and practical. Here we are, Kingsley announced as they reached a pair of silver doors engraved with intricate runes. He placed his hand on a specific symbol, which glowed briefly before the doors swung silently open. The Hall of Prophecy stretched before them, seemingly endless rows of shelves filled with small glass orbs emitting a faint, otherworldly light. Each orb sat on a labeled pedestal, identifying the seer who had spoken the prophecy and those to whom it pertained. Row 97, Kingsley said, consulting a small notebook. The prophecy regarding Harry Potter and Lord Voldemort should be located approximately halfway down. They made their way through the towering shelves, their footsteps echoing in the cavernous space. Harry felt a growing sense of trepidation as they approached their destination. This small glass ball had cost him his parents, his childhood, and his autonomy. What terrible knowledge did it contain? There, Narcissa said, pointing to a dusty orb that glowed more brightly than those surrounding it. The label beneath it read, SPT to APWBD Dark Lord and Harry Potter, SPT, Sybil Patricia Trelawney, Kingsley explained. To APWBD, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Harry stared at the innocuous-looking sphere. What do I do? Simply lift it from its pedestal, Kingsley instructed. Once you touch it, the prophecy will activate and we will hear the original words as they were spoken. Harry hesitated, then reached out and carefully lifted the orb from its stand. It was warm to the touch, as if containing a small sun. For a moment, nothing happened, and then a figure rose from the swirling mist inside the glass, Professor Trelawney, but different from the Trelawney Harry knew. Her eyes were unfocused, her voice harsh and deep as she spoke. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies. The figure sank back into the orb, leaving the three of them standing in stunned silence. Either must die at the hand of the other, Harry repeated numbly. Neither can live while the other survives. A death prophecy, Narcissa said quietly. How convenient for those who would use you as a weapon. Kingsley frowned at her tone but didn't contradict her. Harry, I should explain that prophecies are subject to interpretation and not necessarily deterministic, Harry finished for him. I know. But Voldemort doesn't see it that way, does he? As long as he believes in this prophecy, he'll keep trying to kill me. Yes, Kingsley acknowledged. And based on his actions, it seems he only heard the first part of the prophecy, that someone born at the end of July to parents who had defied him 3 times would have the power to defeat him. He didn't know about marking you as his equal or the power he knows not. Harry traced the lightning scar on his forehead. He marked me, all right. And then Dumbledore spent the next 14 years making sure I'd be ready to fulfill my prophesied role, whether I wanted to or not. The question, Narcissa interjected smoothly, is what you wish to do with this information now that you possess it. The prophecy speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not, but says nothing about how or when this final confrontation must occur. It leaves considerable room for strategic preparation. Harry understood what she was implying. Unlike Dumbledore, who had manipulated Harry toward a specific interpretation of the prophecy, Narcissa was suggesting he take time to develop his own approach, to face Voldemort on his own terms, when he was truly ready. I need to think, Harry said, slipping the prophecy orb into a protective pouch Kingsley had provided. This doesn't change everything, but it changes how I understand what's been done to me. Why Dumbledore thought it was necessary. Understanding his motives doesn't excuse his methods, Narcissa reminded him gently. Even the most righteous ends do not justify such means. As they made their way back through the Department of Mysteries, Harry felt oddly calm. The prophecy hadn't told him anything he hadn't already suspected, that eventually, he would have to face Voldemort in a final confrontation. But it had confirmed something else. Dumbledore had known all along that Harry was meant to face Voldemort directly, and instead of preparing him honestly for that reality, he had manipulated and controlled him like a puppet. The violation felt even more profound now that he understood its context. They had just reached the lift when a silver lynx Patronus bounded toward Kingsley, speaking with his own voice, "Emergency meeting called." Death Eater attack in progress. Liverpool Muggle shopping district. Kingsley's expression hardened. I must go. Mrs. Malfoy, can you ensure Harry returns safely to Hogwarts? Of course, Narcissa replied. Go. As Kingsley hurried away, Harry turned to Narcissa. Voldemort's making his move, isn't he? Taking advantage of the chaos Dumbledore's fall has caused. It appears so, she confirmed, guiding him toward a different lift. The timing is not coincidental. With the wizarding world divided over Dumbledore's disgrace and the Ministry in disarray, it's an opportune moment to strike. I should help, Harry said, though he knew it was impractical. People could be dying. And would rushing headlong into danger, untrained and unprepared, help them? Narcissa countered. Or would it simply provide the Dark Lord with exactly what he wants, you, vulnerable and isolated? The question struck Harry with unexpected force. This instinct, to throw himself into danger at the first sign of trouble, was exactly what Madame Pomfrey had identified as one of Dumbledore's compulsions. The old Harry would have insisted on joining the fight regardless of the risk. But was that really him, or was it Dumbledore's influence? You're right, he acknowledged reluctantly. I'm not ready to face him yet. But I will be. Narcissa's lips curved in approval. A wise assessment. Now, I believe we have time for a brief visit to Gringotts before returning you to Hogwarts. The Goblin's findings regarding your accounts warrant immediate attention. Gringotts was as imposing as ever, its marble halls and goblin guards projecting an aura of impenetrable security. Narcissa led Harry directly to a private consultation room, where they were met by a senior account manager named Gornick. Mr. Potter, the goblin greeted him with a formal bow. We have been attempting to contact you regarding irregularities in your accounts for some time. Our owls appear to have been redirected. Another of Dumbledore's manipulations, Narcissa explained to Harry. Mail redirection wards to prevent you from receiving communications he hadn't approved. Harry's anger, which had begun to cool, flared anew. What irregularities did you find, Gornick? The goblin opened an elaborate ledger. Since the death of your parents on October 31, 1981, your accounts have been under the financial guardianship of Albus Dumbledore. During this period, we have documented systematic misappropriation of funds from your family vault. He stole from me? Harry asked incredulously. Not precisely, Gornick clarified. As your magical guardian, he had legal authority to make withdrawals for your benefit and maintenance. However, our audit has revealed that many such withdrawals were not used for their stated purposes. The goblin passed Harry a detailed financial report. Between 1981 and 1995, approximately 50,000 galleons were withdrawn under the classification of care and upkeep of Harry Potter. However, bank tracing charms indicate that less than 10% of these funds ever reached your Muggle relatives. The Dursleys were being paid to keep me? Harry's shock was compounded by the realization that his uncle's frequent complaints about the financial burden of his presence had been entirely unjustified. Indeed, Gornick confirmed. Monthly stipends of 150 galleons, equivalent to approximately 750 Muggle pounds at current exchange rates, were authorized for your maintenance. Our investigation suggests that only about 15 galleons per month were actually forwarded to your relatives. And the rest? Narcissa prompted, though her expression suggested she already suspected the answer. Transferred to various accounts associated with Albus Dumbledore's personal interests, Gornick replied. Primarily, an account labeled Order of the Phoenix Operations and another designated for Hogwarts Special Security Measures. Harry felt sick. Dumbledore had not only manipulated his mind but had also been using his inheritance to fund his own agenda, all while leaving Harry in second-hand clothes and broken glasses at the Dursleys. There's more, Gornick continued, turning a page in the ledger. The Potter family vault contains substantial assets beyond mere currency. Heirlooms, magical artifacts, property deeds, investment portfolios, and family grimoires. Several items have been removed over the years, ostensibly for safekeeping, until Mr. Potter reached his majority. Let me guess, Harry said bitterly. Those items haven't been returned. Correct. Most notably, the Potter family grimoire, a collection of spells, potions, and magical knowledge accumulated by your ancestors over centuries, was removed in December 1981. Its current whereabouts are unknown. Narcissa's expression had grown increasingly cold as the goblin's report continued. This goes beyond mere financial impropriety. This is systematic disinheritance, depriving Mr. Potter of his familial legacy and magical heritage. The goblins of Gringotts concur with this assessment, Gornick said formally. As such, we have frozen all withdrawals from the Potter vaults pending resolution of these irregularities. Additionally, we have initiated proceedings to recover misappropriated funds and items. Can you recover them? Harry asked. The money, the heirlooms, my family grimoire? The financial assets, certainly, Gornick assured him. Gringotts maintains comprehensive records of all transactions. The physical items will be more challenging, but magical artifacts of significance often contain tracking charms tied to the family bloodline. With your permission, we could initiate a blood-based location spell. Harry nodded eagerly. Yes, please. I want everything back, especially my family grimoire. Very well. Gornick produced a small silver bowl and a ceremonial dagger. 3 drops of blood, freely given, will activate the locator spell. Harry took the dagger without hesitation, pricking his finger and allowing 3 drops of blood to fall into the bowl. The blood shimmered and then transformed into a swirling red mist that coalesced into a map, with several glowing points marking specific locations. Interesting, Gornick murmured. The grimoire appears to be located at a property in Godric's Hollow, not your family's destroyed home, but another dwelling nearby. Several other artifacts are scattered between Hogwarts, a location in London that appears to be under the Fidelius charm, and, most curious, a location in Little Hangleton. Little Hangleton? Harry repeated, the name stirring a vague memory. That's where Voldemort's father was from. It's where the graveyard was, where he was reborn. Narcissa's expression sharpened. Items belonging to the Potter family are in the Dark Lord's possession. That is, concerning. We cannot determine exactly what items are at each location without direct investigation, Gornick explained. Only that they bear the Potter family magical signature and respond to Mr. Potter's blood. Harry stared at the map, a new determination building within him. Dumbledore had stolen more than his autonomy, he had stolen his heritage, his family's knowledge and treasures. And somehow, some of those treasures had found their way into Voldemort's hands. I want to reclaim all of it, he said firmly. Every galleon, every heirloom, every page of my family's grimoire. It's not just about the value, it's about connecting to who I really am. Who I come from. A commendable goal, Narcissa agreed. And one that aligns well with your need for self-discovery beyond Dumbledore's influence. She turned to Gornick. What steps can be taken immediately to secure Mr. Potter's financial independence? The meeting continued for another hour as Gornick outlined various options for recovering Harry's assets and restructuring his accounts to prevent future interference. By the time they left Gringotts, Harry had officially claimed his status as the Potter heir, though he wouldn't have full control until his 17th birthday, established new security protocols for his vaults, and initiated recovery proceedings against Albus Dumbledore's personal assets. You've taken important steps today, Narcissa told him as they prepared to return to Hogwarts. Reclaiming your financial autonomy may seem mundane compared to prophecies and Dark Lords, but it is an essential aspect of true independence. Harry nodded, feeling strangely lighter despite the troubling revelations. I keep thinking about what the Room of Requirement showed me, that I don't have to choose just one path. I can be a warrior when necessary, but also a scholar, learning about my family's magic. I can seek power without becoming like Voldemort. Integration rather than limitation, Narcissa mused. A sophisticated perspective for one so young. As they prepared to use the Ministry's Flu network to return to Hogwarts, an Auror hurried toward them, his expression grim. "Mrs. Malfoy, Mr. Potter, you need to return to Hogwarts immediately. There's been an incident." "What kind of incident?" Harry asked, alarm prickling up his spine. "Death Eaters attempted to breach the castle grounds 20 minutes ago," the Auror reported. "They were repelled by the defensive wards, but several students who were outside for care of magical creatures were injured in the process." "Which students?" Harry demanded, his heart racing. The Auror consulted a note. "Gryffindors and Slytherins, 5th-year class. A Neville Longbottom was taken to St. Mungo's with serious injuries. The others are being treated at Hogwarts." Harry's blood ran cold. Neville, seriously injured because Voldemort was taking advantage of Dumbledore's absence. The prophecy orb in his pocket suddenly felt heavier, a tangible reminder that others would continue to suffer as long as the conflict between Harry and Voldemort remained unresolved. "We need to go," he said to Narcissa, his voice tight. Now. The Hogwarts they returned to was a fortress under siege, not physically, but psychologically. Aurors patrolled the corridors, professors moved in pairs with wands at the ready, and students huddled in common rooms and dormitories, forbidden from venturing outside. Professor McGonagall met them at the Flu Connection in her office, her face drawn with worry and exhaustion. "Potter, thank goodness you're back safely. I feared they might target you while you were away from the castle's protections." "What happened, Professor?" Harry asked urgently. "Is Neville going to be all right?" "Mr. Longbottom suffered curse damage to his lungs and spine," McGonagall reported gravely. "The healers at St. Mungo's are cautiously optimistic, but it will be a long recovery. Miss Granger and Mr. Weasley are in the hospital wing with minor injuries, nothing Madame Pomfrey can't handle." Relief that his friends weren't seriously hurt warred with guilt that they'd been injured at all. "And the Death Eaters?" "Fled when the castle's defensive wards activated," McGonagall said. "Albus may have had his flaws, but his warding of Hogwarts was impeccable. The moment the attackers cast offensive spells on school grounds, the ancient protections responded with considerable force." "This was just a test," Narcissa observed coolly. "The Dark Lord is probing defenses, gauging responses, creating fear and uncertainty. He wants to demonstrate that without Dumbledore, Hogwarts is vulnerable." "A psychological tactic," McGonagall agreed grimly. "And an effective one. Parents are already demanding their children be sent home. The Board of Governors is meeting in emergency session to discuss security measures." "What can I do?" Harry asked, feeling helpless yet determined. McGonagall gave him an appraising look. "For now, visit your friends in the hospital wing. Their account of the attack may provide insights the Aurors missed. And, Potter, be careful. With Dumbledore gone, you are the symbolic center of resistance to you-know-who. Many will look to you for leadership in the days ahead." As Harry made his way to the hospital wing, escorted by an Auror for security, he reflected on McGonagall's words. Leadership was not a role he had ever sought, and yet, it seemed to find him regardless. Was that his natural inclination, or another result of Dumbledore's manipulation? The Room of Requirement had shown him the path of the warrior, but also those of the scholar, healer, and mage. Which would be most needed in the war that was clearly escalating around him? The hospital wing was unnervingly quiet when he arrived. Hermione sat propped up in bed, her arm in a sling and a book open on her lap despite her bandaged hand. Ron occupied the next bed, his freckles standing out starkly against his pale face, a nasty-looking burn covering one side of his neck. "Harry!" Hermione exclaimed when she saw him. "Thank goodness you're all right. We were so worried when we heard about the attack in Liverpool." "I was at the Ministry," Harry explained, taking a seat between their beds. "I heard about what happened here. Are you two okay?" "Been better," Ron admitted with a grimace. But Madame Pomfrey says we'll be fine in a day or two. Neville got the worst of it. He pushed a couple of second years out of the way when the curses started flying. Typical Neville, Harry said, a lump forming in his throat. Always braver than anyone gives him credit for. It was chaos, Hermione said, her voice shaking slightly. We were just finishing class when they appeared at the edge of the forest, 6 of them in masks and robes. Hagrid tried to shield us, but they started firing curses before anyone could react. They were targeting specific students, Ron added, his expression darkening. You, obviously, but when they realized you weren't there, they went after your friends. Called us Potter's Little Army before they started throwing hexes. The phrase sent a chill through Harry. Potter's Army, they know about the DA? Hermione nodded grimly. It seems so. They specifically targeted DA members, Neville, Ron and I, Ginny, Luna. Even Malfoy got hit when he tried to protect some younger Slytherins. Malfoy? Harry repeated incredulously. Draco Malfoy protected someone? Shocked us too, Ron admitted. But he stood between Crabbe and Goyle and a couple of second-year Slytherins when the curses started flying. Took a nasty cutting hex to the shoulder for his trouble. Harry tried to reconcile this information with his understanding of Draco Malfoy. The Slytherin had always seemed the epitome of self-preservation. To risk himself protecting others was wildly out of character. Or was it? With the anti-Slytherin compulsions fading, Harry was beginning to recognize how one-dimensional his perception of his school rival had been. Where is Malfoy now? He asked. 2 beds down, Hermione replied, gesturing toward a curtained area. His father arrived about an hour ago, making all sorts of threats about removing him from Hogwarts. Harry nodded, filing this information away for later consideration. I heard the prophecy today, he said, lowering his voice despite the empty hospital wing. The one Dumbledore mentioned at the hearing. Ron and Hermione both leaned forward, their injuries momentarily forgotten. What did it say? Hermione asked urgently. Harry recited the prophecy verbatim, watching their expressions shift from curiosity to horror as the implications became clear. Neither can live while the other survives, Ron repeated slowly. Bloody hell, Harry. That sounds like. One of us has to kill the other, Harry confirmed flatly. It's what Dumbledore has been preparing me for all along, a final confrontation with Voldemort. But Harry, prophecies aren't absolute destiny, Hermione protested. They're potential futures, influenced by how people choose to interpret and act on them. Try telling that to Voldemort, Harry said with a grim smile. He believes it completely. And as long as he does, he'll keep trying to kill me and hurting anyone who gets in his way. He gestured toward their injuries. Like today. The 3 friends sat in silence for a moment, absorbing the weight of this reality. So what do we do now? Ron finally asked. I mean, with Dumbledore gone and you-know-who making moves. We get ready, Harry said, his voice steady with new resolve. But not Dumbledore's way, not by following someone else's plan for me. I'm going to reclaim my family's grimoire and learn the magic my ancestors knew. I'm going to train, not just in defense but in all aspects of magic that could help against Voldemort. And I'm going to build allies based on honesty and choice, not manipulation. Hermione studied him with a mixture of pride and concern. You sound different, Harry. More decisive. I feel different, he acknowledged. Every day as the compulsions fade, I discover new aspects of who I really am. It's still me, just clearer. More focused. Well, I'm with you, Ron said firmly. Compulsion charm or no compulsion charm, you're my best mate. If you're building an army to fight you-know-who, count me in. Me too, Hermione added. Though I think we need a better name than Potter's Army. Harry laughed despite the gravity of their situation. Definitely. But first, I need to understand exactly what happened today, who attacked, what they were after beyond causing fear, and why they targeted the DA specifically. As if on cue, the hospital wing doors opened to admit Lucius Malfoy, his aristocratic features set in an expression of cold fury as he strode toward Madame Pomfrey's office. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged meaningful glances. "Interesting timing," Harry murmured. "I wonder what he knows about today's attack." "You think Lucius Malfoy is involved?" Ron whispered. "But his own son was injured." "Perhaps that wasn't part of the plan," Hermione suggested. "If Draco truly did protect younger students, he might have surprised both sides with his actions." Harry found himself thinking about Narcissa's careful neutrality when discussing the attack, her political acumen in positioning herself as his advocate despite her husband's known associations. The Malfoy family was playing a complex game in this conflict, one Harry was only beginning to understand. "I'm going to talk to Draco," he decided, standing up. "What? Why?" Ron looked bewildered. "Since when do you voluntarily talk to Malfoy?" "Since I realized how much of my instant dislike for him was engineered by Dumbledore," Harry replied. "I'm not saying we'll become friends, but if he protected other students today despite his father's allegiances, then maybe there's more to him than I've been compelled to see." Leaving his friends looking perplexed, Harry made his way to the curtained bed where Draco Malfoy was recovering. He hesitated only briefly before slipping past the divider. Malfoy lay against the pillows, his usually immaculate hair disheveled, his right shoulder and arm heavily bandaged. He looked up as Harry entered, his gray eyes widening in surprise before narrowing with habitual suspicion. "Potter," he acknowledged warily. "Come to gloat?" "No," Harry said simply. "I came to thank you for protecting the younger students during the attack." Malfoy's expression flickered with surprise before smoothing into practiced indifference. "I didn't do it for you or your approval." "I know," Harry agreed. "That's why it matters. You did it because it was right, not because anyone expected it of you." A tense silence stretched between them, years of enmity making even this simple conversation difficult. Yet Harry could feel the difference in himself, the absence of the immediate, visceral dislike that had colored every previous interaction with Malfoy. In its place was something more nuanced, caution mixed with curiosity, lingering resentment for past offenses but also a new willingness to reassess. "My father wants to remove me from Hogwarts," Malfoy said abruptly. "Says it's no longer safe without Dumbledore's protection." "Is that what you want?" Harry asked, genuinely interested in the answer. Malfoy's gaze shifted to the window, where the towers of Hogwarts were visible against the afternoon sky. "No," he admitted quietly. "Despite everything, this is where I belong." The hesitation in his voice caught Harry's attention. "Even with Voldemort targeting the school?" Malfoy flinched at the name but didn't object to its use. "Perhaps especially because of that," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. Before Harry could probe further, the curtain was yanked back to reveal Lucius Malfoy, his cold eyes taking in the scene with obvious displeasure. "Potter," he said, the name dripping with disdain. "I might have known you'd be here, inserting yourself into matters that don't concern you." "Father," Draco began, but Lucius silenced him with a sharp gesture. "Arrangements have been made for your transfer to Durmstrang," Lucius informed his son. "You'll leave as soon as Madame Pomfrey clears you medically." "I'm not going to Durmstrang," Draco replied, a thread of steel in his voice that Harry had never heard before. "I'm staying at Hogwarts." Lucius's expression hardened. "This is not a request, Draco. The decision has been made." "By you, perhaps," Draco countered. "But the choice is mine. I am a prefect. I have responsibilities here." "Responsibilities?" Lucius repeated incredulously. "To whom? McGonagall? The Ministry? They cannot protect you from what's coming." "Maybe not," Draco acknowledged. "But I can protect myself. And others, when necessary." The look father and son exchanged was laden with unspoken meanings, warnings, defiance, and something that might have been fear on both sides. Harry felt like an intruder witnessing a private family schism, yet he couldn't help but see parallels to his own situation. Both he and Draco were refusing to be pawns in games orchestrated by older, more powerful wizards. "We will discuss this at home," Lucius said finally, his voice cold. "When you've recovered your senses along with your health." "I'm not leaving Hogwarts," Draco repeated firmly. "Not even to discuss it." Lucius's hand twitched toward his wand, but he controlled himself with visible effort. "You disappoint me, Draco. I expected better judgment from my heir. And I expected better from my father than alignment with those who would attack children," Draco shot back, his face pale but determined. "Yet here we are." For a moment, the tension between them was so thick Harry thought hexes might start flying despite the hospital wing's strict no-magic policy. Then Lucius turned abruptly, his gaze falling on Harry with renewed contempt. "This is your influence, I presume," he sneered. "First my wife, now my son. The great Harry Potter, collecting Malfoys like trophies." "I make my own decisions, father," Draco interjected before Harry could respond. "As does mother. Perhaps you should consider whether it's your choices, not Potter's influence, that have driven us to seek different paths." The words seemed to strike Lucius physically. He stepped back, his aristocratic features contorted with a mixture of rage and disbelief. Then, without another word, he turned and strode from the hospital wing, his cane striking the floor with sharp, angry taps. In the silence that followed his departure, Harry looked at Draco with newfound respect. "That couldn't have been easy." "It wasn't," Draco agreed, suddenly looking exhausted. "But it was necessary. He needs to understand that I won't be used as a pawn in the Dark Lord's games, or his." "Why the change of heart?" Harry couldn't help asking. "Last year you seemed pretty pleased about Voldemort's return." Draco winced at the name but answered honestly. "Last year I was still parroting my father's beliefs without question. Then I saw what the Dark Lord's return really means: torture, murder, madness in my own home. My mother, she's been trying to protect me from the worst of it, but there's only so much she can do." He looked directly at Harry, his gray eyes serious. "I don't like you, Potter. That hasn't changed. But I've seen what serving the Dark Lord does to people, even people I've respected all my life. I want no part of it." Harry nodded slowly, understanding. Not an ally, perhaps, but not an enemy either. Something in between, a potential neutral party in the escalating conflict. "For what it's worth," Harry said, "I think you made the right choice." "We'll see," Draco replied grimly. "Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to rest before the next family crisis erupts." Harry took the hint and withdrew, his mind racing with the implications of what he'd just witnessed. The lines of alliance were shifting rapidly in the wake of Dumbledore's disgrace and Voldemort's increasing boldness. Old enemies were reconsidering their positions. New opportunities for cooperation were emerging. As he rejoined Ron and Hermione, Harry felt a clarity of purpose he hadn't experienced since the compulsion charms began fading. The prophecy was real, and Voldemort believed in it absolutely. The conflict between them would eventually reach its conclusion, one way or another. But the path to that conclusion, and how Harry prepared for it, was his to determine. Not Dumbledore's vision of a self-sacrificing Gryffindor charging blindly into danger. Not Voldemort's fear of a prophesied vanquisher. Not the wizarding world's conception of a symbolic hero. Just Harry Potter, discovering his own power and forging his own destiny, free from compulsion or control. The real war was just beginning, and this time, Harry would fight it on his own terms. Chapter 3, The Reckoning. Winter descended upon Hogwarts with unusual ferocity, as if the castle itself was reacting to the seismic shifts in the wizarding world. Snow piled in drifts against the ancient walls, and bitter winds howled through the corridors despite the warming charms. But the chill outside was nothing compared to the frost of fear spreading through magical Britain. 3 months had passed since Dumbledore's disgrace, and Voldemort had wasted no time capitalizing on the power vacuum. Disappearances mounted weekly. The Daily Prophet reported attacks on Muggle villages in carefully coded language that fooled no one. Minister Fudge continued his policy of denial, but his public appearances grew rarer, his statements more obviously scripted by unseen handlers. Inside Hogwarts, changes were equally profound but more hopeful. Professor McGonagall had been confirmed as permanent headmistress, bringing a pragmatic, no-nonsense approach to the school's governance. Security measures had been enhanced, with a rotation of Aurors and Order members supplementing the ancient wards. Most significantly, the revelation of Dumbledore's manipulations had sparked a wave of self-examination throughout the wizarding community, a questioning of assumptions and loyalties that had long been taken for granted. For Harry Potter, the changes were most dramatic of all. Again, he said firmly, standing in the center of the room of requirement, which had transformed itself into a vast training space. And this time, don't hold back. Arrayed around him in a loose semicircle, 5 students raised their wands: Hermione Granger, Ron Weasley, Neville Longbottom, recently returned from St. Mungo's with a slight limp but undiminished determination, Luna Lovegood, and, most surprisingly, Draco Malfoy. On 3, Hermione announced. 1, 2, multiple spells shot toward Harry simultaneously, a stunner from Ron, a body bind from Hermione, a surprisingly powerful impediment jinx from Neville, a creative combination of charms from Luna that produced disorienting lights and sounds, and a nasty hex from Draco that would have covered Harry in painful boils had it connected. None did. With movements that would have been impossible for the Harry of 6 months ago, he erected a partial shield that deflected Ron and Hermione's spells, sidestepped Neville's jinx, countered Luna's sensory distraction with a focus charm that neutralized its effects, and responded to Draco's hex with a precisely targeted Expelliarmus that sent the Slytherin's wand flying across the room. Better, Harry acknowledged, lowering his wand. But still too predictable. In a real fight, predictability gets you killed. Says the bloke who somehow anticipated 5 different spells simultaneously, Ron grumbled good-naturedly, massaging his wrist. Not all of us have been inhaling ancient family grimoires for months. Harry smiled slightly. It was true that the recovery of the Potter family grimoire had transformed his approach to magic. The knowledge accumulated by generations of his ancestors, spells, potions, magical theory, and combat techniques passed down from the days when the Potters had been battle mages rather than politicians, had filled gaps in his education that Dumbledore's compulsions had deliberately created. It's not just the grimoire, Harry corrected. It's about understanding your own magic, feeling it as an extension of yourself rather than a tool you're using. Easy for you to say, Draco commented, retrieving his wand with as much dignity as one could muster after being disarmed in under 2 seconds. Some of us weren't subject to 14 years of compulsion charms suppressing our magical development. The rest of us learned the standard way. Which is precisely why the standard methods won't be enough against Death Eaters, Harry countered. They're not fighting by dueling club rules. They're fighting to kill. The room fell silent, the reality of their situation settling over them like a shadow. This wasn't academic exercise or friendly competition. It was preparation for a war that grew deadlier by the day. Let's try something different, Harry suggested, his tone softening. Partner drills. Hermione with Ron, Neville with Luna, I'll work with Draco. Focus on unpredictability, vary your timing, mix offensive and defensive spells, use the environment to your advantage. As the others paired off, Draco approached Harry with the wary respect that had gradually replaced their childhood enmity. Planning to demonstrate your newfound skills on me again, Potter, he drawled, though without the malice that would have colored such a comment months ago. Actually, Harry replied, I was hoping you might demonstrate some of those obscure curses you mentioned your family library contains. The ones with unconventional counters. Draco raised an eyebrow. Trying to expand your dark arts knowledge, Potter? How un-Gryffindorish. I'm not interested in using them, Harry clarified. I'm interested in defeating them. Knowledge isn't dark or light, it's how you apply it that matters. It was a perspective Harry had developed as the compulsions faded and his natural intellectual curiosity reasserted itself. The artificial boundaries Dumbledore had placed around his education, don't explore certain subjects, don't excel too much, don't question authority, had dissolved, revealing a mind that was naturally analytical, strategically inclined, and unwilling to accept arbitrary limitations. Fair enough, Draco conceded. There's one my grandfather documented that creates the sensation of drowning without any actual fluid. The standard shield charm is useless against it because it's not a physical attack but a direct manipulation of the victim's sensory perception. How is it countered? That's the interesting part, Draco said, warming to the subject. Not with a shield or reversal, but with a charm that anchors your sensory perception to physical reality. Essentially, you're reinforcing the truth of your surroundings against the lie of the curse. Harry nodded thoughtfully. Show me the wand movement. As they practiced, Draco demonstrating the curse on a training dummy before teaching Harry the counter, Harry reflected on how dramatically his relationship with the Slytherin had evolved. Not friendship, exactly, but a practical alliance built on shared interests and mutual benefit. Draco's knowledge of dark magic provided valuable insights for Harry's defensive strategies, while Harry's growing network of allies offered Draco protection from the pressure his father continued to apply. Across the room, Neville was showing surprising strength in his spell work, his confidence having grown exponentially since recovering from his injuries. The attack that had nearly killed him had awakened something in the formerly timid boy, a core of steel that reminded Harry that Neville had also been a candidate for the prophecy, born as the seventh month died to parents who had thrice defied Voldemort. That's enough for today, Harry announced after another hour of intensive practice. Good work, everyone. Same time tomorrow? As the group dispersed, Hermione lingered behind, her observant eyes studying Harry with a mixture of pride and concern. You've changed so much, she said softly when they were alone. For better or worse? Harry asked, genuinely curious about her assessment. Better, I think, she replied thoughtfully. You're more present. More engaged with everything around you. Less reactive and more purposeful. She hesitated. But sometimes I worry about how much you're taking on. Leading this training group, studying your family grimoire, investigating the objects Gringotts traced to Voldemort, maintaining your normal classes. I'm fine, Hermione, Harry assured her, though he understood her concern. The past months had been a whirlwind of activity as he worked to reclaim his heritage, develop his magical abilities, and prepare for the inevitable confrontation with Voldemort. For the first time, I'm doing these things because I choose to, not because someone else is manipulating me toward them. I know, she said. And that makes all the difference. I just don't want you to replace Dumbledore's compulsions with self-imposed ones, driving yourself relentlessly because you feel you have to make up for lost time. Her insight, as usual, hit uncomfortably close to the mark. Harry had indeed thrown himself into his studies and training with an intensity that sometimes bordered on obsession, driven by the awareness that Voldemort was growing stronger while Harry had spent years with his potential artificially constrained. I'll be careful, he promised. Speaking of which, have you found anything new about those objects Gringotts traced to Little Hangleton? Hermione's expression grew serious. Actually, yes. I've been cross-referencing the description from the goblins with historical accounts of Potter family heirlooms, and I think I've identified what it might be, the Peveril signet ring. According to the records, it was given to your ancestor Iolanthe Peveril upon her marriage to Hardwin Potter in the 12th century. It's been in your family ever since. Until it somehow ended up in Voldemort's possession, Harry finished grimly. The question is why? What would Voldemort want with a Potter family heirloom? That's what troubles me, Hermione admitted. The ring isn't just a piece of jewelry, it's described as having significant magical properties related to protection and truth-revealing. In the wrong hands. It could be weaponized, Harry concluded. We need to retrieve it. All of the Potter artifacts, but especially anything in Voldemort's possession. Retrieving objects from Voldemort's headquarters would be extremely dangerous, Hermione cautioned. We should consult with the Order before attempting anything like that. Harry nodded, though part of him chafed at the idea of deferring to the Order of the Phoenix. The organization had fractured following Dumbledore's disgrace, with some members refusing to believe the allegations against their leader and others forming a reconstituted group under Kingsley Shacklebolt's pragmatic guidance. Harry maintained contact with the latter faction but kept a careful distance, wary of trading Dumbledore's manipulation for another form of external control. I'll speak with Sirius and Remus, he agreed. They've been investigating the Little Hangleton location already. Since having his name cleared, a process expedited by the discrediting of Dumbledore's testimony against him, Sirius had thrown himself into the fight against Voldemort with renewed vigor. Together with Remus, he formed the most reliable link between Harry and the adult resistance, providing information and resources while respecting Harry's need for autonomy. Good, Hermione said, relieved. And Harry, don't forget about tomorrow's meeting with Narcissa regarding the Wizarding Orphanage proposal. It's important. I haven't forgotten, Harry assured her. The proposal to establish a proper Wizarding Orphanage, preventing future generations of magical children from being placed with potentially hostile Muggle families, had become one of Harry's passion projects. With financial backing from the Potter Vaults and political support from unlikely allies including Narcissa Malfoy and Augusta Longbottom, the initiative was gaining traction despite the Ministry's preoccupation with the growing conflict. As Hermione departed, Harry remained in the Room of Requirement, which transformed around him into the now familiar Chamber of Choices. The 4 pedestals, sword, book, cup, and wand, still stood at the cardinal points, but the light emanating from each had changed over the months. Where once the sword's red glow had dominated, now the lights were more balanced, with the blue of the book and green of the wand strengthening as Harry developed different aspects of himself. I can feel the difference, Harry said to the empty room, knowing the sentient magic would respond. Integration progresses, the voice agreed, emanating from the walls. You move toward wholeness, neither rejecting your Gryffindor courage nor allowing it to overshadow other equally valuable traits. This balance will serve you well in the challenges ahead. What about the prophecy? Harry asked. The question had weighed on him since hearing Trelawney's words in the Department of Mysteries. Neither can live while the other survives. Does that mean one of us must die? Prophecies speak in riddles because the future is not fixed, the voice replied. Consider, what does it mean to truly live, rather than merely survive? Perhaps the prophecy speaks not of physical death but of a more profound transformation, the difference between existing in fear and living with purpose. Harry pondered this interpretation. It was true that Voldemort existed in a state that could hardly be called living, a fragmented soul consumed by fear of death, clinging to existence through dark magic and violence. And until recently, Harry himself had been surviving rather than living, his true potential suppressed, his choices circumscribed by external manipulation. Either way, we'll face each other in the end, Harry said with quiet certainty. But it will be on my terms, not Dumbledore's and not Voldemort's. The voice offered no confirmation or denial, but the light at the center of the room, where the 4 colors merged, pulsed slightly brighter, as if in approval. The Hog's Head Inn was hardly the most elegant venue for a meeting of influential witches and wizards, but its private rooms offered discretion that more reputable establishments could not guarantee. Gathered around a scarred wooden table, an unusual coalition had assembled to discuss the future of magical Britain, or more specifically, the future of magical children. The Ministry's approach is woefully inadequate, Narcissa Malfoy was saying, her aristocratic features set in an expression of elegant disdain. Placing magical children with Muggle relatives might have been justified in the aftermath of the First War, when magical households were decimated, but continuing this practice as standard policy is indefensible. I quite agree, Augusta Longbottom replied, adjusting her vulture-topped hat. The risk of accidental magic being misunderstood or punished is far too great. Not to mention the cultural disconnection these children experience upon entering our world at 11. Harry listened attentively as the discussion continued, still slightly bemused by the coalition he had inadvertently assembled. Narcissa Malfoy and Augusta Longbottom had been political opponents for decades. Andromeda Tonks, reinstated to the Black family by Sirius and now managing the considerable Black fortune, had been estranged from her sister Narcissa until recent months. Molly Weasley, representing families of more modest means, had historically viewed the Malfoys with deep suspicion. Yet here they all were, united by a common cause that transcended their differences. The proposed location in Hogsmeade seems ideal, Andromeda noted, reviewing the architectural plans spread before them. Proximity to Hogwarts provides both security and educational opportunities. Children could be integrated into school activities well before their formal education begins. The funding model is sustainable, Harry added, indicating the financial projections Gringotts had prepared. The initial investment from the Potter and Black vaults will establish the facility, while the endowment from multiple families ensures operational costs are covered in perpetuity. No ministry funding required, which means no ministry control. That last point was crucial. With Voldemort's influence growing within the ministry, any institution under government control was vulnerable to interference or outright takeover. What about staffing? Molly asked practically. Running an orphanage requires more than money and good intentions. We need qualified caregivers with the right temperament and training. I've been corresponding with magical communities abroad, Hermione interjected, her organizational skills having proven invaluable to the project. Several countries have established similar institutions and are willing to share their training protocols. Beauxbatons, in particular, has an excellent program for certifying childcare specialists. The planning continued for another hour, the details of curriculum, healthcare, and governance hammered out with remarkable efficiency. By the meeting's conclusion, what had begun as Harry's vague notion of, "no more children like me," had evolved into a comprehensive plan for a self-sustaining magical children's home, with groundbreaking scheduled for spring. As the group dispersed, Narcissa lingered behind, her calculating gaze fixed on Harry. "You've accomplished something remarkable here," she observed. "Not merely the orphanage itself, but this coalition. Few wizards could bring together such disparate interests toward a common goal." "I didn't set out to form a political alliance," Harry demurred. "I just wanted to prevent other children from experiencing what I did." The most effective political movements often begin with personal conviction rather than calculated strategy, Narcissa replied. "Your authenticity is precisely what makes people willing to set aside old enmities to work with you." She paused, choosing her next words carefully. "The wizarding world will need such unifying leadership in the difficult times ahead." Harry understood the implicit suggestion. As Voldemort's power grew and the ministry faltered, people were increasingly looking to him as a symbol of resistance, a role Dumbledore had groomed him for, but one he was now approaching on his own terms. "I'm not interested in political power," he said firmly. "I just want to make things better where I can, while preparing to face Voldemort when the time comes." "The two are not mutually exclusive," Narcissa pointed out. "Indeed, building broad-based support now may prove critical when that final confrontation occurs. Voldemort's strength lies not merely in his magical power but in the fear and division he creates. By bringing people together across traditional boundaries, you undermine his most effective weapon." It was a perspective Harry had not fully considered. His focus had been on magical preparation, developing the skills and knowledge to match Voldemort in direct confrontation. But Narcissa was right, the broader context of that confrontation would be equally important. Voldemort thrived in environments of fear and isolation. Unity and cooperation were anathema to his methods. "I'll think about it," Harry promised. "For now, though, I have more immediate concerns. There's a Potter family artifact in Voldemort's possession that needs to be recovered." Narcissa's expression sharpened. "The Peveril ring? Draco mentioned you were investigating it." "Yes," Harry confirmed, unsurprised that Draco had shared this information with his mother. Their relationship had grown closer in recent months, united by their shared rejection of Lucius's allegiance to Voldemort. We've confirmed its location at the Riddle House in Little Hangleton. Sirius and Remus are helping develop a retrieval plan. Be cautious, Narcissa advised, genuine concern evident in her voice. The Dark Lord does nothing without purpose. If he has taken possession of a Potter family heirloom, particularly one with the ring's reputed properties, he has specific intentions for it. That's exactly why we need to recover it, Harry replied. Whatever he's planning, I'd rather not let him complete it. As they parted ways, Harry reflected on how thoroughly his world had transformed in the months since Dumbledore's disgrace. Old enemies had become allies. Perspectives he would once have dismissed out of hand now informed his thinking. The rigid boundaries between light and dark, good and evil, that Dumbledore had instilled through compulsion had given way to a more nuanced understanding of the wizarding world's complexities. Yet some things remained constant: Voldemort's threat, the prophecy's weight, and the growing certainty that Harry's path would ultimately lead to a confrontation that would determine the fate of magical Britain. The difference was that now, he was walking that path with eyes wide open, guided by his own choices rather than another's design. The Riddle House loomed against the night sky, decrepit and foreboding. Situated on a hill overlooking the Muggle village of Little Hangleton, it had once been the grandest residence in the area. Now it stood as a monument to decay, and a base of operations for the wizard who had murdered its last legitimate occupants. Security seems minimal, Remus murmured, observing the property through omnioculars from their concealed position at the edge of the overgrown garden. 2 sentries patrolling the perimeter. No visible wards, though that doesn't mean they're not present. Voldemort himself isn't there, Sirius added. According to our intelligence, he's been focused on the Ministry this past week. Trying to place the Imperius on department heads, most likely. Harry nodded, processing this information. The 3 of them, along with Bill Weasley, brought for his curse-breaking expertise, had spent days planning this operation. The goal was simple but critical: retrieve the Peveril Ring and any other Potter artifacts Voldemort had acquired, without alerting him to their activities. I still think you should have stayed at Hogwarts, Sirius muttered, his protective instincts clearly warring with his respect for Harry's autonomy. Bill and Remus and I could have handled this. It's my family's legacy, Harry replied quietly. And I have a connection to these artifacts that might prove useful in identifying them. Besides, I'm not exactly helpless anymore. That was an understatement. Months of intensive study and training, fueled by the natural abilities that had been suppressed for so long, had transformed Harry into a formidable wizard. Not yet Dumbledore's equal in raw power or Voldemort's match in dark knowledge, but possessed of a balanced skill set and tactical mindset that made him far more capable than his age would suggest. No one's suggesting you're helpless, cub, Remus said with a slight smile. Just that Voldemort would consider your capture quite a prize. All the more reason for us to move quickly and quietly, Bill interjected, completing his analysis of the magical signatures surrounding the property. I've identified 7 distinct wards: anti-apparition, intruder detection, Muggle repelling, 2 different curse triggers, a containment barrier, and something nasty that feels like a modified Fidelius. Can you break them? Harry asked. Bill's scarred face creased in concentration. Not break, exactly. The anti-apparition and Muggle repelling are standard Ministry-approved wards. I can create a temporary passage through those. The containment barrier is designed to keep something in, not keep us out, so we can bypass it entirely. The curse triggers and intruder detection are trickier, but I think I can redirect them. Make them register us as authorized. And the Fidelius variant? Sirius pressed. That's the real challenge, Bill admitted. It's not a true Fidelius, more like a selective concealment charm. It's hiding specific objects or areas within the house, making them effectively invisible to anyone who doesn't already know they're there. Like my family's ring, Harry concluded. Exactly. We'll need to use the blood connection the goblins identified. Your family magic recognizing its own might override the concealment. It was a risk, certainly. Blood magic existed in a gray area, not illegal, precisely, but viewed with suspicion by the ministry due to its associations with older, more primal forms of magic that predated modern regulation. Harry, however, had moved beyond such artificial distinctions. If blood magic would help him reclaim his heritage and undermine Voldemort's plans, he would use it without hesitation. Let's proceed, he decided. Standard formation, Bill leading to handle the wards, Remus and I following, Sirius covering our rear. The approach to the house was tense but uneventful. Bill worked methodically, his wand movements precise as he created pathways through the defensive magic surrounding the property. The two Death Eater sentries were easily avoided with disillusionment charms and careful timing. The interior of the Riddle House was a study in neglect overlaid with magical menace. Dust covered most surfaces, except for clear paths where Death Eaters regularly traversed. Dark magical residue clung to walls and doorframes, the lingering effects of spells cast with malicious intent. Most disturbing were the scorch marks and dark stains on the drawing-room floor, evidence of torture or worse. The signal is strongest from below, Bill whispered, consulting the specialized detector he had created using a sample of Harry's blood and fragments of Potter family magic extracted from items in Harry's vault. There must be a cellar or hidden chamber. They found the entrance behind a rotting tapestry, a narrow staircase descending into darkness. Each step creaked ominously despite their silencing charms, as if the house itself were alive and aware of their intrusion. The chamber at the bottom of the stairs was a stark contrast to the decaying grandeur above. Clean, well-lit, and meticulously organized, it had clearly been designed as a ritual space. A circle of silver inlaid into the stone floor gleamed in the light of ever-burning candles. Shelves lined the walls, bearing an assortment of artifacts, books, and potion ingredients. At the center stood a pedestal with a shallow basin reminiscent of a pensieve, though the liquid within was deep crimson rather than silvery blue. Blood magic, Remus confirmed grimly. Recent, too. The detector's going crazy, Bill murmured, the device in his hand vibrating so intensely it threatened to shatter. Whatever we're looking for, it's definitely here. Harry closed his eyes, reaching out with his magical senses as he had learned to do during the past months of intensive study. The grimoire had described this ability, a form of magical resonance that allowed Potters to locate family artifacts even when concealed. It had taken weeks of practice to develop the skill, but now. There, he said, pointing to an apparently empty corner of the chamber. I can feel it. The ring, and something else. Something larger. Bill approached carefully, his wand tracing intricate patterns as he worked to unravel the concealment charm. Sweat beaded on his forehead from the effort, his curse-breaker training pushed to its limits by the complexity of Voldemort's spell work. Almost, got it. He muttered, and then suddenly the air shimmered and the corner was no longer empty. A small table appeared, bearing two objects, a ring of tarnished gold set with a black stone, and a large, leather-bound book embossed with the Potter family crest. The Peveril ring and the Potter battle grimoire, Harry breathed, recognizing the latter from descriptions in his family's main grimoire. While the book he had recovered from Godric's Hollow contained general Potter family knowledge, the battle grimoire was said to hold their most powerful combat magic, spells developed specifically for warfare and protection against dark forces. Don't touch them yet, Bill warned, casting detection charms. The ring especially. It's saturated with dark magic. Multiple curses layered together, a withering curse, a compulsion to wear it, and something else I can't quite identify. Can you neutralize the curses? Sirius asked tensely. The compulsion, yes. The withering curse, possibly, though it's unusually powerful. The unknown element is what concerns me. Harry studied the ring thoughtfully. Voldemort wouldn't have gone to such lengths to acquire and curse a family heirloom without purpose. This isn't just about denying me my heritage, he's using the ring for something specific. Perhaps we should leave it, Remus suggested cautiously. Take the grimoire, which appears clean of curses, and return for the ring after more research. No, Harry said firmly. We may not get another chance. And I can't leave a Potter artifact, especially one as powerful as the Peveril ring, in Voldemort's possession. He turned to Bill. Neutralize what curses you can, then I'll use the blood connection to try and reclaim it. The family magic might recognize me as the rightful heir. Bill worked for several tense minutes, his curse-breaking expertise evident in the precision of his spell work. Finally, he stepped back, his expression troubled. I've disabled the compulsion and contained the withering curse, but the third element remains active. It's strange. Almost like the ring itself has a form of sentience. All the more reason to remove it from Voldemort's control, Harry decided. Drawing a small ritual knife from his robes, another family heirloom recovered from his vault, he made a shallow cut across his palm. As blood of the Potters, I claim what is rightfully mine. Return to the line that has guarded you for generations. He extended his bleeding hand toward the ring, not quite touching it but allowing drops of blood to fall near it on the table. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the black stone in the ring setting seemed to pulse, as if awakening from dormancy. The gold band brightened, tarnish falling away like dust to reveal gleaming metal etched with symbols that Harry recognized from his family grimoire, the mark of the Peverils, ancient and potent. It's responding to you, Sirius murmured. Carefully, Harry directed his wand at the ring, casting a specialized levitation charm designed for handling cursed objects. The ring rose obediently into the air, then floated to a warded box Bill had prepared. As it settled inside, Harry felt a curious sensation, like a distant voice trying to reach him, cut off when the box closed. The grimoire next, he said, reaching for the leather-bound tome. Unlike the ring, the book offered no resistance. As soon as Harry's fingers touched its cover, it seemed to warm beneath his hand, the Potter family crest glowing briefly with golden light as if in recognition. It knows its heir, Remus observed with a small smile. Family magic at its finest. With both artifacts secured, the group prepared to depart, only to freeze at the sound of voices from above. Death Eaters, returning earlier than anticipated. Disillusionment won't be enough, Sirius hissed. They'll notice the missing items immediately. The window, Bill suggested, indicating a small, dingy opening near the ceiling. It leads to the back of the property. Might be tight, but... No time for discussion, Harry decided, shrinking the battle grimoire and securing it in an inner pocket. Bill first with the detection equipment, then Remus, then me with the ring. Sirius, cover our exit. Moving with practiced efficiency, they enacted the impromptu escape plan. Bill enlarged the window with a silent spell, then squeezed through, helping Remus follow. Harry was halfway through when shouts erupted from the staircase. They'd been discovered. Go! Sirius urged, firing a barrage of spells to slow the approaching Death Eaters. I'm right behind you. Harry emerged on the outside of the house just as an explosion rocked the cellar. Sirius came flying through the window seconds later, propelled by his own blasting curse, his robes smoking but a triumphant grin on his face. That'll keep them busy, he declared, scrambling to his feet. Time to make ourselves scarce. They ran through the overgrown grounds, dodging curses as Death Eaters poured from the house in pursuit. Bill led them toward the edge of the anti-apparition wards, his earlier mapping of the magical boundaries now proving invaluable. Almost there, he called over his shoulder. Another 50 meters. A jet of sickly purple light shot past Harry's ear, so close he felt its heat. He turned, casting a shield charm just in time to deflect a second curse. Behind their pursuers, the Riddle House was now engulfed in flames, whether from Sirius's diversionary explosion or a deliberate attempt to destroy evidence, Harry couldn't tell. 30 meters. Bill shouted. Harry released a volley of stunning spells, not aiming to hit but to force their pursuers to slow and defend. Beside him, Remus transfigured the ground into quicksand, buying precious seconds as the Death Eaters struggled to extract themselves. 10 meters. They crossed the ward boundary at a sprint, Sirius grabbing Harry's arm the moment they were clear. With 4 synchronized cracks of apparition, they vanished, leaving behind cursing Death Eaters and the burning shell of the Riddle House. They reappeared in the designated safe house, a magically expanded cottage on the outskirts of Hogsmeade that Sirius had purchased through intermediaries. Warded, unplottable, and connected to a secure flow network, it served as an operational base for their more sensitive activities. That, Sirius declared as he collapsed into an armchair, was too bloody close. But successful, Harry pointed out, carefully placing the warded box containing the Peveril ring on a table specially prepared for examining potentially dangerous artifacts. We have the ring and the battle grimoire. And alerted Voldemort to our interest in his activities at the Riddle House, Remus added soberly. He'll know someone specifically targeted those items. Let him wonder, Harry replied. The important thing is we've denied him whatever he planned to do with my family's ring. And gained access to combat magic that could prove decisive. Bill was already examining the ring through the box's transparent lid, his expression troubled. There's something not right about this artifact, Harry. The curses I identified are dangerous enough, but that third element, it feels almost like. Like what? Harry prompted when Bill hesitated. Like a Horcrux, the Cursebreaker said quietly. Though not exactly. More like an echo of one. The word meant nothing to Harry, but the reactions of Sirius and Remus, shock followed by grim understanding, indicated its significance. What's a Horcrux? He asked. Remus and Sirius exchanged a look laden with unspoken communication before Remus answered. The darkest of magic. An object in which a wizard has concealed a fragment of their soul, anchoring them to life even if their body is destroyed. Like a magical insurance policy against death, Sirius added grimly. Created through murder and unspeakable rituals. Harry stared at the innocuous-looking ring with new understanding. You think Voldemort turned my family's ring into one of these Horcruxes? It would explain his interest in it, Bill said. The ring itself is magically powerful, add the protection of a Horcrux, and it becomes doubly valuable to him. It would also explain how he survived the backfired killing curse, Remus noted. If part of his soul was safely contained elsewhere, he couldn't truly die. The implications were staggering. If Voldemort had created a Horcrux, or worse, multiple Horcruxes, then defeating him would require more than a single confrontation. Each soul fragment would need to be destroyed before Voldemort himself could be truly vanquished. We need more information, Harry decided. Research on Horcruxes, how they're created, how they're destroyed. And we need to examine this ring more thoroughly, confirm whether it truly contains a soul fragment. The Department of Mysteries might have resources, Sirius suggested. Now that my name's cleared, I could approach Croaker about accessing their restricted archives. And I'll contact some colleagues at Gringotts, Bill added. The goblins have extensive experience with cursed objects, they might recognize specific signatures associated with Horcruxes. As they developed a plan for further investigation, Harry found himself returning to the prophecy's words, he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. Could this be part of it? Not some innate magical ability, but the knowledge of Voldemort's methods and weaknesses? The understanding of how to systematically dismantle the foundations of his immortality? Whatever the answer, Harry knew their successful raid had changed the dynamics of the conflict. They had struck a meaningful blow against Voldemort, reclaiming powerful artifacts while potentially discovering the secret to his survival. The path ahead would be dangerous, but for the first time, Harry felt they were making genuine progress toward Voldemort's defeat. And they had done it his way, methodical, collaborative, informed by knowledge rather than reckless bravery. Not as Dumbledore would have engineered it, with Harry charging blindly into danger guided by manipulated impulses, but as the true Harry Potter chose to fight. The difference felt like victory already. Azkaban in winter was a special kind of hell. Waves crashed against the fortress's weathered walls, icy spray mingling with the perpetual mist generated by the few remaining Dementors. Though most of the soul-sucking creatures had abandoned the prison to join Voldemort months earlier, enough remained to maintain the atmosphere of hopelessness that had characterized the wizard prison for centuries. Harry stood before the visitors' checkpoint, his expression resolute as he submitted his wand for registration. The Auror on duty examined his credentials with exaggerated thoroughness, a petty exercise of authority that Harry endured with outward patience. Purpose of visit, the Auror demanded, though the answer was clearly stated on the ministry-approved visitation form. Meeting with prisoner A7, as authorized by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Harry replied evenly. Madame Bones signed the approval herself. The Auror grunted, clearly disappointed at being unable to deny entry to the boy who lived. Standard protocols apply. No physical contact with the prisoner. No passing of items. Conversations monitored. Maximum duration 1 hour. Harry nodded his acceptance of these conditions, having anticipated them when planning this visit. The authorization had taken weeks to secure, not because Amelia Bones was reluctant to grant it, but because the bureaucratic process for approving visits to high-security prisoners was deliberately cumbersome. A second Auror led Harry through the prison's grim corridors, past cells holding some of Wizarding Britain's most dangerous criminals. Most ignored their passage, lost in their own misery or the effects of long-term Dementor exposure. A few, however, pressed against the magical barriers of their cells, expressions ranging from curiosity to malice as they recognized the famous visitor. Potter comes to gloat, Walden McNair called hoarsely from his cell. Tell your master we won't be here long. The Dark Lord will free his faithful. Harry ignored the taunt, maintaining the composed demeanor he had cultivated over recent months. Reacting to provocation had been one of Dumbledore's engineered behaviors, quick to anger, easily manipulated through his emotions. The real Harry Potter, he had discovered, was considerably more controlled. Finally, they reached a section of the prison reserved for special cases, prisoners whose crimes merited high security but who were deemed sufficiently important or cooperative to warrant improved conditions. Here, the Dementor presence was minimal, replaced by magical restraints and constant monitoring charms. Cell A7, the Auror announced, stopping before a door significantly more substantial than those they had passed. Prisoner is secured. You have 1 hour. The door swung open to reveal a small but not uncomfortable chamber. Unlike the standard cells with their bare stone walls and minimal furnishings, this room contained a proper bed, a desk and chair, and a modest bookshelf. Seated at the desk, parchment and quill before him, was Albus Dumbledore. The former headmaster looked up as Harry entered, his blue eyes widening slightly in genuine surprise. Though no longer twinkling with manufactured warmth, they remained sharp and alert despite his months of incarceration. His silver hair and beard had been neatly trimmed, his prison robes, a subdued gray rather than the garish colors he had once favored, clean and well-maintained. Harry, he said softly. This is unexpected. Is it? Harry asked, taking the visitor's chair opposite Dumbledore. I would have thought you'd anticipated this conversation. You always seemed to know what I would do before I did. A flicker of something, regret? Resignation, crossed Dumbledore's features. My ability to predict your actions was largely dependent on influences I had put in place. As those compulsions have faded, you have become, rather more unpredictable. You mean I've become myself, Harry corrected. Making choices based on who I actually am rather than who you engineered me to be. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly, acknowledging the point. Indeed. And that self appears to be quite formidable, from what I hear. Your recent activities have not gone unnoticed, even within these walls. Harry wasn't surprised that Dumbledore had sources of information despite his imprisonment. The old wizard's network had been vast, and not all of his allies had abandoned him after his disgrace. What did surprise him was the absence of manipulation in Dumbledore's manner, no attempts to invoke guilt or obligation, no grandfatherly facade designed to lower Harry's defenses. "I didn't come here for your approval," Harry said. "Or your advice, before you offer it. I came because I need to understand why. Why I placed the compulsion charms on you," Dumbledore surmised. "I explained my reasoning before the Wizengamot. You explained what you thought would sound noble," Harry interrupted. "The greater good. The prophecy. The need to prepare me to face Voldemort. But that doesn't explain the specifics of what you did. Why suppress my academic abilities? Why engineer artificial friendships? Why ensure I'd rush headlong into danger rather than seek help?" For a long moment, Dumbledore was silent, his gaze focused on something beyond the confines of his cell. When he finally spoke, his voice was devoid of its usual calculated warmth, just an old man confronting the consequences of his choices. "I believe I once told you that the truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, to be treated with great caution," he said. "Perhaps it's time I applied that wisdom to myself." He met Harry's eyes directly. "The full truth, then, without evasion. I shaped you not merely to face Voldemort, but to die facing him." Despite having suspected as much, hearing the admission spoken plainly hit Harry with physical force. "Because of the connection between us," he said, his voice steady despite the churning in his stomach. "You knew about the Horcrux in my scar." Dumbledore's composure slipped, genuine shock registering on his features. "You know about the Horcruxes? How?" "That's not important," Harry replied, though inwardly he noted the confirmation of their theory. "What matters is that you knew I had a fragment of Voldemort's soul embedded in my forehead, and instead of telling me, instead of working with me to find a solution, you manipulated me into a position where I'd willingly walk to my death when the time came." "It was the only way," Dumbledore said softly. "The Horcrux in your scar cannot be removed while you live, Harry. I searched for years, explored the darkest branches of magic seeking an alternative, but found none. For Voldemort to truly die, all fragments of his soul must be destroyed, including the one he unknowingly placed in you. So you decided I needed to die," Harry continued, his tone clinical rather than accusatory. "And you engineered my entire personality to make that outcome more likely. Suppressed self-preservation instincts. Heightened recklessness in the face of danger. Reduced academic achievement so I wouldn't research alternatives. A saving people thing, as Hermione called it, to ensure I'd sacrifice myself for others. Put that way, it sounds monstrous," Dumbledore acknowledged. "But consider the alternative, telling a child he must die to save others. Would that knowledge not have poisoned your every moment? Would it not have been a cruelty beyond measure? That wasn't your decision to make," Harry said firmly. "You robbed me of agency. Of the right to know the truth about my own life and death. Of the opportunity to seek solutions you might have overlooked. And have you?" Dumbledore asked, a hint of his old intensity returning. "Found a solution I overlooked?" Harry hesitated. They had, in fact, been researching alternatives extensively since discovering the nature of Horcruxes. Bill Weasley's contacts among the curse breakers, combined with resources from the Department of Mysteries that Sirius had accessed, had yielded promising theories about soul magic that might allow for the extraction of a Horcrux without killing its vessel. "We have leads," he said carefully. "Nothing definitive yet, but possibilities you dismissed too quickly because they didn't fit your narrative of necessary sacrifice. I sincerely hope you succeed," Dumbledore said, and to Harry's surprise, he detected no deception in the old man's voice. "I never wanted your death, Harry. I simply saw no alternative that didn't risk far greater suffering for the wizarding world as a whole." "The greater good again," Harry noted. "The justification for every manipulation, every violation. Did it ever occur to you that your interpretation of the greater good might be flawed? That your certainty in your own judgment might be your greatest weakness?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment, his gaze turned inward. Yes, he finally admitted. In the solitude of this cell, I have had ample time to reflect on the nature of my errors. The pattern became clear: from Gellert to Tom to you, I have consistently believed that my superior knowledge and experience qualified me to make decisions for others, to determine their paths without their informed consent. He looked up, meeting Harry's eyes with unexpected humility. It is a peculiar form of arrogance disguised as benevolence. One I recognized in others but remained blind to in myself. The admission caught Harry off guard. He had expected justifications, perhaps even attempts to manipulate him further. This apparent self-awareness and contrition didn't fit the narrative he had constructed of Dumbledore as a calculating chess master moving pieces without regard for their autonomy. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked warily. "What do you hope to gain?" "Nothing," Dumbledore replied simply. "There is nothing to gain. My positions are forfeit. My reputation destroyed. My freedom curtailed. I speak the truth now because, at long last, there is no reason not to." A ghost of a smile crossed his features. "It is rather liberating, in its way." Harry studied the old wizard, searching for signs of deception but finding none. Either Dumbledore had become an even more accomplished manipulator during his imprisonment, or he was genuinely offering honesty without agenda. "There's something I need to know," Harry said after a moment. "The prophecy, neither can live while the other survives. You interpreted that to mean one of us must kill the other. But what if it means something else entirely? What if living and surviving aren't referring to physical life and death?" Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly. "An intriguing perspective. What alternative interpretation do you propose?" "That it's about wholeness versus fragmentation," Harry explained. "Voldemort survives through his Horcruxes, but he doesn't truly live. He's literally and figuratively fractured, less than human. Meanwhile, I've been surviving rather than living, my authentic self suppressed by your compulsions, my potential artificially limited. So the prophecy might be fulfilled not through death," Dumbledore mused, "but through restoration, Voldemort's soul fragments destroyed or reintegrated, your true self fully realized." "Exactly," Harry confirmed. "Which means there might be a path forward that doesn't require either of us to die, at least not in the literal sense." "A transformation rather than an ending," Dumbledore said thoughtfully. "It is, not an interpretation I had considered." He looked at Harry with what appeared to be genuine respect. "Your mind works differently than mine, Harry. Less constrained by established patterns. It is possible you have perceived something I overlooked." The admission, freely given without qualification or condescension, struck Harry as perhaps the most honest thing Dumbledore had ever said to him. It acknowledged Harry as an equal in intellect if not experience, a far cry from the controlled, limited role Dumbledore had engineered for him. "I didn't come here expecting to change your mind," Harry said. "I came for understanding. To hear you admit what you did and why you did it, without the performative remorse you showed at the trial." "And what will you do with this understanding?" Dumbledore asked, his tone curious rather than challenging. "Does it help you move forward, or merely anchor you to past grievances?" "That's for me to decide," Harry replied. "Not everything has to serve some greater purpose. Sometimes understanding is valuable for its own sake." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A wisdom I might have benefited from earlier in life." He hesitated, then added, "May I ask, without presumption or expectation, how you are progressing in your efforts against Tom?" "Not for my involvement, but simply to know." Harry considered the request. There was no strategic advantage in sharing information with Dumbledore, who remained under magical probation and confined to Azkaban. Yet something compelled him to offer at least a partial response, perhaps the recognition that despite everything, Dumbledore's knowledge of Voldemort was unparalleled. "We've identified and secured one Horcrux," he said carefully. "The Peveril ring, which you apparently knew about but never retrieved. We're researching methods to destroy it safely. And we're developing theories about where the others might be and how many exist in total. The ring, Dumbledore murmured. Yes, I had located it shortly before my disgrace. I was preparing to retrieve it when events overtook me. He looked at Harry seriously. Be extremely cautious with it, Harry. The ring contains more than just a Horcrux. It has properties even Tom may not fully understand. The Resurrection Stone, Harry said, watching Dumbledore's eyes widen in shock. Yes, we've identified it. The symbol engraved on the stone matches the description in The Tale of the Three Brothers. One of the Deathly Hallows. You continue to surprise me, Dumbledore said quietly. How much you've discovered in so short a time. Without your compulsions limiting me, I've found I'm quite good at research and strategic thinking, Harry replied with a hint of irony. Apparently those were traits you didn't want me developing too early. A miscalculation among many, Dumbledore acknowledged. Though if I may offer one piece of unsolicited information, Tom likely created 6 Horcruxes intentionally, making his soul split into 7 parts, a magically powerful number. The diary you destroyed in your second year was one. The ring another. For the rest, he would have chosen items of significance, founders' artifacts, symbols of wizarding heritage, objects representing personal triumphs. It aligned with their own theories, but hearing it confirmed by someone who had studied Voldemort for decades was valuable nonetheless. Harry nodded his acknowledgement of the information without expressing gratitude. They were not yet at a point where such niceties felt appropriate. Our hour is nearly up, he noted, glancing at the monitoring charm that displayed the remaining time. Is there anything else you want to tell me? Any other manipulations I should know about? Dumbledore seemed to consider the question carefully. Nothing that would materially affect your path forward. The compulsions were the most significant intervention. Other actions, placing you with the Dursleys, withholding information about your parents and heritage, managing your exposure to the wizarding world, were extensions of the same strategy. Designed to keep me humble, malleable, and grateful for any kindness, Harry finished. A perfect psychological foundation for the willing sacrifice you ultimately planned. Yes, Dumbledore admitted simply. A strategy one now recognized as fundamentally flawed, not merely ethically but practically. The authentic Harry Potter, the young man sitting before me today, appears far more capable of facing Voldemort than the controlled version I attempted to create. The acknowledgement was unexpected, and Harry found himself momentarily at a loss for response. He had come seeking closure, perhaps even vindication, but found instead a complexity that defied simple resolution. Dumbledore had committed unforgivable violations of his autonomy, yet now seemed to genuinely recognize and regret those actions. The man was neither the infallible leader Harry had been compelled to trust nor the purely malevolent manipulator he had seemed in the immediate aftermath of the revelations. I don't forgive you, Harry said finally, rising as the monitoring charm chimed to indicate their time was ending. What you did was wrong, regardless of your intentions or subsequent regrets. But I acknowledge that you believed you were acting for the greater good, however misguided that belief was. Dumbledore nodded, accepting this partial absolution with quiet dignity. That is more than I deserve, and I thank you for it. He hesitated, then added, Be careful, Harry. Tom will sense the change in you, the authenticity and power that has emerged as the compulsions faded. He will fear it, and what he fears, he seeks to destroy most urgently. I know, Harry replied. But unlike before, I'm facing him with clear eyes and my full potential. That makes all the difference. As the cell door opened and the Auror appeared to escort him out, Harry turned back one last time. Goodbye, Professor. I doubt we'll meet again. Farewell, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. May your path be clearer than mine was. Walking away from Azkaban, the sea spray cold against his face and the distant cries of prisoners echoing behind him, Harry felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Not forgiveness, the violations had been too profound for that, but a kind of resolution. He had faced the architect of his manipulated childhood and emerged with greater clarity about both the past and the future. The conversation had confirmed what he had increasingly come to believe: the prophecy need not dictate a predetermined end. There were possibilities beyond the binary of kill or be killed. Ways forward that honored his authentic self rather than sacrificing it for some nebulous greater good. As he reached the apparition point and prepared to return to Hogwarts, Harry made a silent vow. He would defeat Voldemort not as Dumbledore's weapon or the Wizarding World's symbolic hero, but as himself, the true Harry Potter, finally free to determine his own destiny. That, more than any prophecy, felt like the truth that would ultimately prevail. Spring brought renewal to Hogwarts, fresh growth in the greenhouses, creatures emerging from hibernation in the Forbidden Forest, and a cautious optimism that had been absent during the dark winter months. Though Voldemort's shadow still hung over the Wizarding World, recent developments had shifted the balance of power in subtle but significant ways. The newly established Guardian Alliance, a coalition formed from the remnants of the Order of the Phoenix, Harry's growing network of supporters, and even some former Death Eaters who had defected after witnessing Voldemort's increasing instability, had scored several important victories. 2 more Horcruxes had been located and secured: Hufflepuff's Cup, recovered from the Lestrange Vault at Gringotts through a complex legal maneuver orchestrated by Narcissa and Sirius, and Slytherin's Locket, found at Grimmauld Place thanks to Kreacher's reluctant cooperation. More importantly, they had developed a method for destroying the soul fragments without damaging the artifacts themselves, a complex ritual combining elements of goblin metallurgy, curse-breaking techniques, and ancient Potter family magic found in the Battle Grimoire. The process had been tested successfully on the ring and the locket, leaving them cleansed of dark magic but intact as historical treasures. Progress had also been made on the question that had haunted Harry since learning about the Horcrux in his scar: how to remove it without dying. Bill Weasley, working with unspeakables from the Department of Mysteries and healers specializing in soul magic, had theorized that a modified version of the cleansing ritual might work on living vessels. The procedure would be risky, certainly, but offered a potential path forward that didn't require Harry's sacrifice. All of these developments had been kept strictly confidential, shared only among the innermost circle of the Guardian Alliance. Voldemort, they knew, was hunting for his missing Horcruxes with growing desperation, his raids becoming more frequent and vicious as he sensed the foundations of his immortality crumbling. "We're still missing at least one Horcrux," Hermione noted during the Alliance's weekly strategy meeting, held in the Room of Requirement for maximum security. "If Dumbledore's information is correct and he created 6 intentionally, we've accounted for 5, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, and Harry." She still had difficulty referring to her friend as a Horcrux, though Harry himself had come to terms with the reality. Understanding the nature of the connection had actually provided a sense of clarity, explaining the Parseltongue ability, the mental link, the shared wand cores. Knowledge, as always, was preferable to ignorant fear. "The missing Horcrux is almost certainly Ravenclaw's diadem," Luna commented dreamily from her position near the window. When everyone turned to look at her in surprise, she added, "Oh, didn't I mention? I found it weeks ago in the Room of Hidden Things. It's absolutely crawling with Raxperts of the darkest variety." "Luna," Harry said carefully, "are you saying you know where Ravenclaw's lost diadem is, and that it's here at Hogwarts?" "Of course," she replied, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "The Grey Lady told me. She's Helena Ravenclaw, you know, the daughter. She stole it from her mother and hid it in Albania. Tom Riddle charmed the story out of her decades ago when he was a student." The stunned silence that followed was broken by Sirius's bark of laughter. "Merlin's pants, Luna, that's the kind of information you might want to share sooner." "I thought everyone knew," she said with a shrug. "The diadem's been in the Room of Hidden Things since Tom brought it back and corrupted it. I can show you after the meeting." Harry exchanged glances with the others, equal parts exasperated and amused by Luna's nonchalant revelation of what they had been searching for so intensively. It was so perfectly Luna, perceiving what others overlooked, accessing knowledge through unconventional means, then assuming everyone else saw the same obvious truths. If Luna's right, and I suspect she is, then we've located all 6 Horcruxes, Remus observed. Which means we can proceed with the final phase of the plan. The ritual to remove the Horcrux from Harry first, Bill insisted. Before any confrontation with you-know-who. We can't risk him sensing what we're doing through the connection. Agreed, Narcissa said firmly. And the procedure must be performed in a location with significant protective magic, preferably Gringotts, where the goblin's warding expertise can be utilized. The discussion continued, refining the details of what had become an increasingly sophisticated strategy. No longer was Harry expected to face Voldemort alone in some predestined duel to the death. Instead, the Guardian Alliance had developed a coordinated approach that would systematically dismantle Voldemort's power base, eliminate his Horcruxes, and only then confront the weakened Dark Wizard directly. It was, Harry reflected as he listened to his friends and allies debate tactical specifics, exactly the kind of thoughtful, collaborative approach that Dumbledore had engineered him to avoid. The Compulsions had been designed to create a solitary hero who would charge toward his destiny with minimal preparation, a path that almost certainly would have led to Harry's death, Horcrux or no Horcrux. The meeting was concluding when a Silver Lynx Patronus burst into the room, speaking with Kingsley Shacklebolt's deep, measured voice despite its evident urgency. Voldemort moving on Ministry. Full-scale attack underway. Minister Fudge captured. Department of Mysteries targeted specifically. Requesting all available Alliance members for defense. Emergency Protocol Merlin activated. Chaos erupted as everyone scrambled to respond. Emergency Protocol Merlin was their highest alert, indicating a direct assault on a major wizarding institution with potential catastrophic consequences. "This is it," Sirius declared, already checking his wand and the emergency potions kit he carried for combat situations. He's making his move for total control. The prophecy, Harry realized suddenly. He's after the Hall of Prophecy, trying to hear the full version before we can complete our plans. The Department of Mysteries has contingencies for this scenario, Remus assured him. They'll have moved the most sensitive materials to secure locations at the first sign of attack. Regardless, we must respond, Narcissa stated, her aristocratic composure unwavering despite the crisis. If the Ministry falls completely to the Dark Lord, our position becomes significantly more difficult. Harry nodded, the clarity that had characterized his thinking since the Compulsions faded now serving him well in this moment of crisis. Bill, Luna, Hermione, stay here and prepare for the ritual. Secure the diadem and set up the Room of Requirement as a backup location in case Gringotts becomes inaccessible. Everyone else with combat training, with me to the Ministry. The absence of argument, the immediate acceptance of his leadership, still sometimes surprised him. It wasn't the manufactured respect Dumbledore had engineered through Compulsions, but genuine trust earned through demonstrated competence and collaborative decision-making. As they prepared for departure, Hermione caught Harry's arm, her expression troubled. "Be careful. This could be a trap, a way to draw you out before we've dealt with the Horcrux in your scar." "I know," Harry acknowledged. "But we can't abandon the Ministry, and I won't send others into danger while staying safely behind. That's not who I am, Compulsions or no Compulsions." She nodded, understanding. "Just, don't face him directly if you can avoid it." "Not yet. I won't seek a confrontation," he promised. "But if it comes to it." He paused, then finished with quiet certainty, "I'm ready. Not as Dumbledore's weapon or the boy who lived, but as myself. And that makes all the difference." The journey to the Ministry was a blur of coordinated movement, secure flow connections, predetermined rally points, communication protocols established during months of preparation. Unlike the chaotic responses that had characterized their earlier encounters with Death Eaters, the Guardian Alliance now operated with disciplined efficiency. They emerged into a Ministry under siege. The once grand atrium had become a battleground, its polished floors scarred by spell damage, the golden statues of the Fountain of Magical Brethren toppled and broken. Aurors and Ministry employees fought alongside Order members against a force of Death Eaters that seemed to have materialized throughout the building simultaneously, suggesting inside help from those already under Voldemort's control. "Secure the flues!" Kingsley shouted as Harry's group arrived. "They're trying to cut off evacuation routes for non-combat personnel." Harry assessed the situation with the strategic clarity that had become his hallmark. The Death Eaters were pressing toward the lifts and stairwells leading to the lower levels, clearly targeting the Department of Mysteries as Kingsley's message had indicated. "Sirius, Remus, take a team to reinforce the Aurors at the flues," he directed. "Narcissa, can you get a message to any contacts you have inside who might be trapped?" She nodded, already casting a complex variant of the Patronus charm that would deliver targeted communications. "The rest of us will secure the path to the Department of Mysteries," Harry continued. "If Voldemort's after the prophecy, that's where he'll focus his attention." They moved through the battle with practiced coordination, their months of training together evident in how seamlessly they anticipated each other's actions. Harry found himself automatically analyzing spell choices, movement patterns, tactical decisions, his natural strategic abilities, no longer suppressed by compulsions that had been designed to make him react emotionally rather than think critically. As they fought their way toward the lifts, Harry caught glimpses of familiar faces among both defenders and attackers. Tonks dueling Bellatrix Lestrange with fierce determination. Arthur Weasley shielding injured colleagues while directing counteroffensive measures. Lucius Malfoy, still ostensibly aligned with Voldemort but noticeably targeting empty spaces rather than actual opponents, his expression a mask of conflicted calculation. "The lifts are compromised," Neville reported, rejoining their group after scouting ahead. "Death Eaters have control of all but one, and they've cursed the stairwell access points." "Then we use the maintenance passages," Harry decided. "Sirius mentioned them during our planning sessions, service corridors that connect the levels for the maintenance staff." Neville nodded, his confidence a far cry from the timid boy he had once been. "Follow me. My grand's friend worked in magical maintenance for decades. She showed me the access points once during a childhood visit." The narrow maintenance passage was barely wide enough for single-file movement, its existence apparently forgotten by most Ministry employees and thankfully overlooked by the Death Eaters. It deposited them in a service area adjacent to the Department of Mysteries, where the sounds of intense magical combat echoed from beyond a heavy black door. "He's already inside," Harry realized. "Voldemort's in the department." The knowledge should have filled him with dread, but instead he felt a strange calm, a certainty that had nothing to do with prophecy and everything to do with his own readiness. The months of preparation, of reclaiming his authentic self and abilities, had brought him to this point not as Dumbledore's sacrificial pawn but as a wizard confident in his own power and purpose. "We need to assess the situation before engaging," he told his team. "Disillusionment charms and silencing spells on everyone. Stay together, move only on my signal, and remember, our priority is preventing Voldemort from accessing the Hall of Prophecy, not confronting him directly." As they slipped into the Department of Mysteries, the familiar black circular room with its multiple identical doors greeted them. But unlike Harry's previous visit, there was no confusion about which door to choose. One stood partially open, magical energy crackling around its frame as alarms blared distantly. Beyond lay destruction. The Death Eaters had carved a path of devastation through the department, disregarding the priceless magical artifacts and research that made it the most valuable repository of knowledge in Wizarding Britain. Bodies of unspeakables lay crumpled at intervals, their grey robes stained darker with blood, their final attempts at defense evident in the magical residue saturating the air. And ahead, unmistakable even from a distance, the tall, skeletally thin figure of Lord Voldemort strode purposefully toward the Hall of Prophecy, a handful of his most loyal followers flanking him like an honor guard. "They haven't reached it yet," Neville whispered, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. "The unspeakables must have enacted the emergency protocols, moved the physical location of the hall within the department's dimensional space. It was an elegant defense mechanism that Harry had learned about during their research. The Department of Mysteries existed partially outside conventional spacetime, allowing its various chambers to be reconfigured in crisis situations. Voldemort might know where the Hall of Prophecy normally existed, but not where the Unspeakables had relocated it. "He'll be furious when he realizes," Narcissa murmured. "And in his rage, he'll become both more dangerous and more careless. Which gives us an opportunity," Harry concluded. "If we can contain the Death Eaters here while the rest of the Alliance secures the Ministry above, we can cut off their retreat." They positioned themselves strategically, still concealed by disillusionment charms, as Voldemort reached the space where the Hall of Prophecy should have been, only to find a blank wall. "Where is it?" The scream of rage that erupted from the Dark Lord sent visible waves of magic radiating outward, shattering glass cases and toppling shelves throughout the chamber. "Rookwad! You assured me the hall was here." A terrified Death Eater fell to his knees. "My lord, it was, I swear it. The department must have enacted spatial reconfiguration protocols. Only the head Unspeakable would know the new location." "Find me an Unspeakable," Voldemort hissed, his red eyes blazing with fury. "One that still breathes. I will extract the information myself." As the Death Eaters scattered to search for survivors, Harry signaled to his team. Now was the moment, while they were separated, before Voldemort could regroup them. The Guardian Alliance struck with coordinated precision, their disillusionment dropping as they cast simultaneously. Stunning spells, body binds, and more creative incapacitation charms hit multiple Death Eaters before they could react. Only Bellatrix Lestrange managed to deflect the attack, her combat reflexes honed by madness and fanatical dedication. Voldemort himself, however, had sensed the ambush a split second before it occurred. With inhuman speed, he erected a shield that deflected the spells aimed at him, his lipless mouth curving in a terrible smile as he recognized the leader of the attacking force. "Harry Potter," he said, his high, cold voice carrying easily through the chamber. "How convenient. I was just seeking information about you, and here you are, delivering yourself to me personally." "I'm not here to deliver myself, Tom," Harry replied, using Voldemort's birth name deliberately. "I'm here to stop you. Your raid has failed, the Ministry remains out of your control, and you won't find the prophecy." Voldemort's eyes narrowed at the use of his former name, but his expression remained calculating rather than enraged. "Such confidence," he observed. "You've changed since our last encounter, Potter. Grown somehow. I sense clarity in you that was absent before." "I'm seeing things clearly for the first time," Harry confirmed. "Including you. Not as the all-powerful Dark Lord you pretend to be, but as Tom Riddle, a half-blood orphan so terrified of death he shattered his own soul to escape it." The taunt struck home. Fury contorted Voldemort's serpentine features as he raised his wand. "You know nothing of power or immortality, boy. Your borrowed time ends today." The duel that erupted was unlike anything Harry had experienced before, not because Voldemort's magical prowess had increased, but because Harry's own abilities were finally unleashed. Where once he would have relied primarily on defensive spells and simple counterattacks, now he drew on the full breadth of his magical knowledge: Potter family battle magic from the recovered grimoire, advanced defensive techniques learned from Sirius and Remus, tactical applications of transfiguration taught by McGonagall. Around them, the rest of the Alliance engaged the remaining Death Eaters, preventing them from interfering in the confrontation between their master and the boy who lived. Neville and Narcissa together were surprisingly effective against Bellatrix, their contrasting styles, Neville's power-focused approach and Narcissa's elegant precision, keeping the witch off balance despite her formidable skill. "You fight differently," Voldemort observed during a momentary lull, a hint of uncertainty entering his voice. "Not like Dumbledore taught you. Not like Potter would." "I fight like myself," Harry replied simply. "Not as the weapon Dumbledore tried to shape me into, or the enemy you've imagined. Just as Harry Potter, no one else's creation." Something like doubt flickered in those red eyes, a recognition that the opponent before him was not the predictable, manipulated boy he had expected. This Harry Potter moved with purpose rather than reckless bravery, attacked with strategy rather than emotion, defended with calculation rather than desperation. It changes nothing, Voldemort declared, though the increased intensity of his assault suggested otherwise. Prophecy or no prophecy, you cannot defeat Lord Voldemort. I have gone further along the path to immortality than any wizard in history. Further along a path to nowhere, Harry countered, deflecting a particularly vicious curse with a modified shield charm that absorbed and redirected its energy. Your Horcruxes won't save you, Tom. The word hung in the air between them, Horcruxes, plural, spoken with such certainty that Voldemort actually faltered, his next spell dying on his lips as shock registered on his inhuman face. What did you say? He whispered, genuine fear entering his voice for the first time. You heard me, Harry replied steadily. We know about the Horcruxes. All of them. The diary is destroyed. The ring is cleansed. The locket and cup secured. And soon, the diadem too. Your anchors to immortality are being systematically dismantled. It was a calculated risk revealing this knowledge, potentially pushing Voldemort to desperate measures, but Harry had determined that the psychological impact would outweigh the tactical disadvantage. Voldemort's greatest fear was death, and the knowledge that his safeguards against it were being methodically eliminated would shake his confidence profoundly. The gamble paid off. Voldemort's composure shattered, replaced by a feral desperation that made his magic more volatile but less precise. His next barrage of spells was chaotic, powerful but poorly aimed, allowing Harry to maintain a defensive position while conserving his own magical energy. You lie. Voldemort snarled, though his uncertainty was evident in the wild fluctuations of his magical output. No one knew, no one could have found them all. You underestimated us, Harry said simply. Just as you underestimated my mother's love all those years ago. Some lessons are hard to learn, it seems. The mention of Lily Potter's sacrifice, the protection that had thwarted Voldemort's first attempt to kill Harry, seemed to push the Dark Lord beyond rational thought. With a howl of rage, he abandoned magical combat entirely, lunging physically toward Harry with his wand extended like a dagger. It was the opening Harry had been waiting for. As Voldemort closed the distance, Harry cast not an offensive spell but a modified version of the ritual they had developed to cleanse the Horcruxes, directed not at Voldemort himself but at the connection between them, the link created by the soul fragment embedded in Harry's scar. For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, both wizards froze as the magic took effect. Harry felt a searing pain in his forehead, more intense than anything he had experienced before but somehow clean, purifying rather than corrupting. Voldemort's expression transformed from rage to horror as he sensed what was happening, the severing of the connection he had unknowingly created, the loss of the anchor he hadn't even realized existed. Then, with a sound like glass shattering, something broke between them. Harry staggered backward, a sensation of lightness flooding through him as the foreign presence that had resided in his scar for 14 years dissolved into nothingness. Voldemort screamed, a high, thin sound of loss and disbelief, as he felt another piece of his fragmented soul destroyed. The moment of vulnerability was brief but decisive. As Voldemort reeled from the unexpected loss, the coordinated forces of the Guardian Alliance struck in unison. Spells from multiple directions hammered through the Dark Lord's hastily erected shields, forcing him into a defensive posture for perhaps the first time in decades. Retreat, he commanded his remaining followers, his voice hoarse with rage and fear. To the secondary position. With a series of cracks that should have been impossible within the Ministry's anti-apparition wards, Voldemort and his inner circle vanished, apparently using some form of emergency port key that bypassed conventional protections. In their wake, they left destruction, bodies, and the lingering sense that a pivotal moment had passed, not the final confrontation, but a turning point that had irrevocably altered the balance of power. Harry stood amidst the chaos, his hand pressed to his scar, marveling at the absence of the constant pressure he had lived with for so long that he had stopped noticing it until it was gone. The Horcrux within him had been destroyed, not through his death as Dumbledore had believed necessary, but through his life, his authentic self asserting control over the foreign presence that had clung to him since infancy. "Harry?" Neville approached cautiously, his face bloodied but his eyes clear. "Are you all right? What happened between you and him?" "The connection is broken," Harry replied, a smile of genuine relief spreading across his face. "The prophecy was right all along. Neither of us could truly live while the other merely survived. But it wasn't about physical death, it was about wholeness versus fragmentation, authenticity versus falsehood." As the rest of the Alliance regrouped around him, securing captured Death Eaters and tending to the wounded, Harry felt a sense of completion that had nothing to do with the battle's outcome. The journey that had begun with Madame Pomfrey's discovery of 38 compulsion charms had reached a crucial milestone. He had faced his manipulator in Azkaban and his enemy in the Department of Mysteries, and emerged from both encounters more fully himself than ever before. The war wasn't over. Voldemort remained at large, weakened but still dangerous. The wizarding world still faced difficult choices about governance, security, and reconciliation in the wake of the Ministry attack. Personal losses would need to be mourned, relationships rebuilt on foundations of truth rather than manipulation. But Harry Potter was finally, truly himself, not Dumbledore's weapon, not Voldemort's antithesis, not the wizarding world's symbolic savior. Just Harry, making his own choices, forging his own path, discovering his own power. And that, he knew with unshakable certainty, would make all the difference in the challenges ahead. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.